Board.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the April 25th meeting of the Jersey City Planning Board. While the room fills up, if we could come to order and please join me in a salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you, everybody. We're trying to get one more commissioner in. Let's keep an eye.
I don't see them yet.
Yeah, I don't see her yet. I sent her the meeting ID. Okay. We'll bring her up as soon as we can. Cam, could we have a sunshine announcement, please?
Yes, Chairman. Okay, good evening, everyone. Today is Tuesday, April 25th, 2023. This is a Jersey City Planning Board meeting with a scheduled 5:30 p.m. start time. This planning board meeting is being held virtually as a video conference that's open to the public, and in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act, notice of this meeting has been given to the editor of the Jersey Journal, the Jersey City Reporter, and posted with the city clerk on April 19th, 2023. This meeting was also posted on the Jersey City Division of City Planning webpage, and all distribution materials made available to the board were published and available to the public.
All right, thanks, Cam. Cam, there's no password for Darlene to get in, is there?
No, it's just the meeting ID, which is the same ID every meeting, so.
It
Listed
is.
on the agenda.
Okay.
You out in the public?
No, she's not. She's still having trouble getting in. Okay, could we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Chairman. Okay. Commissioner Lipsky. Okay. Vice Chair Dr. Gonzalez.
Here.
Commissioner Dr. Desai.
Yeah.
Commissioner Gangaden.
Here.
Commissioner Lipsky
Here.
and Chairman Langston.
Here.
Okay. We have 5 commissioners present. We have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. Mike, can you swear in the staff, please?
I see Cameron, Liz, Matt, Francisco, and Tanya. Do you guys swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, everybody. Cam, do we have correspondence? I know we have a number of items carrying.
Yes, we do. But firstly, we just got Commissioner Green.
She is in the panelists.
Yes.
Awesome. Darlene, welcome.
Thank you.
And if you could just say here, say something so for roll call.
I am present, finally.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
All right, Cam, let's go to correspondence, please.
Super. Okay, we got 6 commissioners now, and we have quite a few number of items requesting to carry. Firstly, we have 2 items under old business requesting to carry to the May 9th meeting with preservation of notice, and that is item E on the agenda. E is an elephant. That's case P22-033. That's a 1-year extension for 32 Cole Street. That will be carried to May 9th with preservation of notice. Then we have letter J under old business, which is case P22-197. That's a minor site plan at 124 Glenwood Avenue, carried to May 9th with preservation of notice. And then under new business, we have the following items that are requesting to carry, starting at case number 24 on the agenda. And in summary, it's cases 24 through 30, which are all requesting to carry to May 9th with preservation of notice, but I'll list them one by one. So that is item 24, case number P22-161, a preliminary and final major site plan with C variances at 231 12th Street, requesting to carry to May 9th with preservation of notice. Item 25 on the agenda, case number P22-199, a minor site plan with C variances, address is 321 Pavonia Avenue, as requested to carry with preservation of notice to May 9th. Item 26 on the agenda, case number P23-17, a minor subdivision with C variances, address is 115 Wayne Street, requesting to carry with preservation of notice to May 9th. Item 27 on the agenda, case number P22-052 for a preliminary and final major site plan with C variances. Address is 171A, 171, 169A, 169, 167 Baldwin Avenue, and 44 to 48 Newkirk Street. They are requesting to carry with preservation of notice to May 9th. Item 28 on the agenda, case P23-037. It is a minor site plan for a cell antenna at 141 Newark Avenue. They are requesting to carry to May 9th. And item 29 on the agenda, case is P23-027. Another minor site plan for a cell antenna at 430 Palisades Avenue, requesting to carry to, again, May 9th. And very last, we have item 30. This is case P22-188. It is a preliminary and final major subdivision with C variances at 75 Broome Street, requesting to carry to May 9th with preservation of notice. And that concludes the items on the agenda that have requested to carry.
Thank you, Cam. I am gonna move some things around tonight. We're gonna get through all of our old business. We are gonna hear our legislative items, number 9, 10, 11, and 12. And then we have 2 conditional uses for Class 5 cannabis retailers. I'm gonna move both of those up after the legislative items. One of them's already there. But there is a time-sensitive issue with their approvals from city council, so I do want to get them done tonight. That being said, let's call under old business. Case P23-055 is a 1-year extension of a minor site plan with variance for 252 Monticello Ave.
Yes, good evening, members of the board.
Council.
This is for 252 Monticello Avenue. It's block 15203 and lot 2. It's a 1-year extension we're requesting. This was originally decided November 17th, 2020. The resolution memorialized by the board on May 18th, 2021, and the approvals will expire on May 18th of 2023. So we are requesting a 1-year extension that would take us to May 18th of 2024. And the basis for this request is essentially dramatically heightened construction costs and interest rates over the previous few years. So that's the extent of what I have to say on it at this point, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, council. Obviously, your any. Oh my God, I'm drawing a blank. Any conditions that were on the original site plan would still carry over?
Yes, certainly.
Okay, anybody, any questions for this extension?
Nope.
No.
All right, thank you. Is there anybody from the public that wants to comment on this application? If so, please raise your hand. If you were calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hand.
Seeing no public, I move to close the public.
Second.
All right, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. Liz, do you have anything you want to add?
No, just that previous conditions will be in full effect.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P23-055 as presented to our board tonight.
Second.
All right, we have a motion made and seconded for approval.
I can do the roll call on a motion to approve.
Sorry.
Commissioner Dr. Gonzalez,
Aye.
Commissioner Gangadin,
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai,
All right, bring it to me.
Commissioner Dr. Desai,
Aye.
Commissioner Green, Commissioner Green, all right, her video is off. Maybe she is away at the moment.
I'm sorry.
Commissioner,
Aye.
I'm sorry.
We gotcha.
Commissioner Green with an eye, Commissioner Lipsky,
Aye.
and Chairman Langston.
Aye.
Motion carries all in favor, seeing 6 commissioners.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Let's call item B is case P 23-051 is a one-year extension of a minor site plan for 292 Grant Street.
Okay, that is me as well. 292 Grand Street, it's block 14105 and lot 3. This one originally was approved August 9th, 2022. Memorialized September 6th, 2022, and it will expire September 6th of 2023. We request a one-year extension that would take us until September 6th of 2024. And the basis for this request is because our architect Mukti Bajaj passed away during that process. So yeah, again, I'm happy to answer any questions. That concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Anybody, any questions?
Nope.
No.
Okay, is there anybody from the public that wants to comment on this application? Once again, please raise your hand if you'd like to comment or press star 9 if you're calling in.
Seeing no public, I move to close the public.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. Liz, anything to add on this one?
Same comment, just that previous conditions would carried in effect with full force.
And we agree to that.
All right, thank you, counsel.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P 23-051 as presented to our board tonight.
Second.
All right, motion made and seconded for approval.
Okay, and I'll do the roll call this time. Sorry, I spaced the last one.
No
Vice Chair Dr. Gonzalez,
Aye.
Chairman Lipsky, Commissioner Lipsky.
Woof, you got a heart attack. Aye.
Commissioner Gangadin,
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai. Commissioner Green,
Aye.
and Chairman Langston.
Aye.
Motion carries, all in favor.
Okay, thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. All right, let's call item C is case P 23-041 is a one-year extension for a preliminary and final major site plan with variances for 400 7th Street.
Okay, for the record, Charles Harrington of Connell Foley on behalf of the applicant. I also note for the record, we did request a 3-year extension. I know the agenda notice states a 1-year extension, and we did provide a public notice in that regard as well. So I'd ask that they be marked into the record, the notices.
Thank you, Counsel. Counsel, I am in receipt of an affidavit of publication with respect to the request here tonight. We can mark it as A1 for the record.
Thank you. So this is an application or project that was approved in February of 2019. My client is the owner of the property and the designated redeveloper of the property by the JCRA. That happened subsequent to the approval. He has not moved forward with the approval due to the COVID, happening in March of 2020 and the recent marking conditions. So we are asking for a 3-year extension. And what that does is that brings us to February 19, 2024. So essentially it's within a year of today's, less than a year of today's meeting. So my client will need to make some decisions to move forward and or come back with an alternate plan.
Okay, thank you, counsel. And yeah, I have no problem with a 3-year extension, being that it's backdated. So anybody, any questions?
No.
Okay, if anybody from the public wants to comment, please raise your hand. And once again, if you're calling in, you can press star 9 to raise your hands.
Seeing no public, I move to close the public.
Second.
Okay, motion made and seconded. Public is closed. Liz, anything?
Yep, just previous conditions to be held with full force.
And that's acceptable.
All right, thank you, counsel.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion at this time to approve case P 23-041 as presented to the board tonight.
second,
All right, motion made and seconded for approval.
Okay, Vice Chair Gonzalez,
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky,
aye,
Commissioner Ganganin,
aye,
Commissioner Dr. Desai,
aye,
Commissioner Green,
aye,
Chairman Langston.
Aye.
Motion carries, all in favor.
All right, thank you. Let's call item D is case P 23-042 is a 2-year extension for 58 to 60 Center Street and 214 Bright Street.
Okay, again, for the record, Charles Harrington of Connell Foley on behalf of the applicant. I did provide notices in connection with this request as well and asked that they be marked into evidence.
Thank you, counsel. I am in receipt of the affidavit of publication proof of mailing with respect to the application for the extension. All appears to be in order. We can mark them as A1 for the record.
All right, thank you, counsel.
Okay, this application is similar in that it was approved in April of 2021. The 2-year period of the approvals just expired as of yesterday. We are requesting a 2-year extension. I note that my client was designated as a redeveloper of the site by the JCRA as well. And they are also working with the MUA on a sewer line issue that runs through the property. So that's a unique issue to this property. And I know that the MUA is working on a more global infrastructure solution in this area. So we are asking for an extension to address those issues.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Anybody, any questions?
no,
Nope.
Okay, is anybody here from the public that wants to comment on this application? If so, please raise your hand. We have one raised. And if you're calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hand.
Promoting Nadia Matar.
There she is.
Yeah, they declined. I'll try again, and it looked like they lowered and then raised their hand again. So let's see. Okay, here we go.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Are you able to turn your video on?
Sure. Sorry,
Thank you.
this is,
No worries.
this is
Just
totally,
before you,
I've
hang on
never
just a
joined
moment,
them.
please. Yep, that's fine. Just before you speak, I want to swear you in and then you can say whatever you need to say. Okay, if you can raise your right hand. Do you swear any testimony you give is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yeah.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name and give us your home address, please?
Sure. Nadia Matar, 344 Pavonia Avenue.
Thank
I'm so sorry. I actually more just have a question. This is my first meeting ever. And
Sure.
in the beginning, you guys said like some things were getting something about May 9th. Were those that you listed pushed to May 9th? That means they won't be addressed on this call.
They won't be addressed tonight. They'll be on the May 9th meeting.
Okay. Okay.
And just one further, you won't receive any further notice. If you did receive notice, that
Okay.
tonight's announcement is your notice.
Okay, got it. And then sorry, is this so that like P22199? Is that was it pushed to May 9th?
What was the address, ma'am?
Well, the notice I got said you guys have it, I think it's
Yes.
321
Yeah.
Pavonia.
Yeah, for 321 Pavonia. Yes, that's carried.
That's May 9th. Okay, thank you. So I'm so sorry to interrupt.
No worries. All right,
Okay,
thank you for
thanks a lot.
tuning in.
Okay, thanks.
All right, let's continue on with public comment. If anybody else is here from the public that wants to comment, please raise your hand. If you're calling in, press *9 to raise your hand.
Mr. Chair, seeing no public, I move to close the public.
Second.
I did see one. Did that hand go down, Cam, or did you promote?
It was Nadia. They lowered and raised it.
Gotcha. Okay, so a motion was made and seconded. Public is closed. Let me just get back on track. The agenda here. This is yours, Matt?
Yeah. Staff has no comment. We recommend that any conditions in place remain in full force and effect.
Okay, and counsel, you're okay with that?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P23-042 as presented to our board tonight.
second,
All right, motion is made and seconded for approval.
All right, Vice Chair, Dr. Gonzalez,
Aye.
Commissioner Gangadin,
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai. Commissioner Dr. Desai? I see your lips moving. I can't hear you though.
There you go.
Yeah, try
Good.
again. Yeah,
Aye.
hi. All right, Commissioner Green,
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky,
Aye.
Chairman Langston.
Yep.
Up, you're on mute, sir.
That's an aye. Sorry.
Right, motion carries, all in favor.
All right, thank you, everybody. Let's call item F is case P 23-060 is a 3-year extension for 198 Academy Street.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners, Martin Flager, Harder and Flager for the applicant, Vaishno Ma. Summit UR LLC, the property is 198 Academy Street, block 12301, lot 2. Originally memorialized in March of 2021. As with some of the earlier extension requests, with the exorbitant construction costs, change in the construction code, including that, and the financing issues, as well as my client does have several projects in town currently underway. We're asking for a 3-year extension of that approval. Subject to all conditions. Obviously, we consent obviously to that.
All right, thank you, counsel. Is that extension backdated at all? No, correct? It
It's
was
not
March-
backdated. That's correct.
March of
It's not.
21. Okay. Okay, anybody, any questions?
Nope.
No.
All right, thank you. If anybody's here from the public that wants to comment on this application, please raise your hand. And once again, if you're calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hands.
Mr. Chair, seeing no public, I move to close the public.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. Matt, anything?
Staff recommends approval and all conditions remain in full force and effect.
All right, and counsel, you're okay with that condition?
Yes, we are. We agree.
Okay, thank you.
I'd
Thank
like to make a motion to approve case P 23-060 as presented to our board tonight.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded for approval.
Okay, Vice Chair, Dr. Gonzalez,
Aye.
Commissioner Gangadin,
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai. I can hear you. Okay, that was very low, but I heard it. You heard it, Mike? Okay. Commissioner Green,
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky,
Aye.
Chairman Langston.
Aye.
Motion carries, all in favor.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Let's call item G is case P 23-064 is a 1-year extension for 232 to 238 Sip Avenue.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Martin Flager again for the applicant. It's 232 through 38 Sip Avenue, and it's block 12301, lot 2. This is our last 1-year request, so it is our the third request that we've had on this. So we're asking for a 1-year extension for the same reasons as I just gave with the construction costs and the construction environment that's out there and financing. So we're asking for our last 1-year extension.
Council, can you double check your lot number? We have block 10502, lots 15, 16, 17, and 18.
Let me just check. I'm sorry. Yeah, it is 10502, lots 15 through 18.
Okay, great.
I'm sorry, I was reading the other one.
Yeah, no problem. I saw that.
And for the record, my client did, there's a successor company. We have it listed as Dergmama, and it's Dergmama SIP LLC. It's actually Meta Vashiv SIP LLC. It's the same family. They just have a successor company. We'll submit that to Matt with the resolution, but I just wanted to state that for the record.
Okay, understood.
Thank you.
All right, anybody, any questions?
No.
All right, is there anybody from public that wants to comment on this application? If so, please raise your hands. And if you're calling in, press *9 to raise your hands.
Seeing no public, I move to close the public.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. Matt, anything else?
Staff recommends approval and the conditions remain in full force and effect.
And council, you're okay with that?
Yes, we are. We agree.
Okay, and please just make that change for us before the resolution comes to us.
Yes, we will.
All right, appreciate it. Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P 23-064 as presented to the board tonight.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded for approval.
Vice Chair Dr. Gonzalez,
Aye.
Commissioner Gangadin,
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai,
Aye.
Commissioner Green,
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky,
Aye.
and Chairman Langston.
Aye.
Motion carries, all in favor.
Thank you.
Okay,
Commissioner.
thank you. All right, thank you, council. Let's call item H is case P 23-052. Is a 2-year extension for 414 to 432 Hoboken Avenue.
Good evening, Gregory Asadorian from the Dakotas Law Firm on behalf of the applicant. Mr. Chairman, you're right. We submitted a letter requesting a 2-year extension. However, at this time, I'm looking to amend it to make it a 1-year extension instead of a 2-year extension. The purpose for the extension request is 1, COVID, which delayed items. 2, my client is waiting for the finalized architectural plan so that he can proceed. In the meantime, he has been diligently moving forward. He has already remediated the asbestos that was at the site, and he's applied for soil permits. And once those permits are issued, he will proceed with the demolition of the structures. Water and sewer has already been disconnected. So he hasn't been just sitting around. He's been diligently proceeding. The matter was originally approved on February 18, 2020, and an one-year extension was previously granted. So if this is granted, it would be the second extension. The present approvals expire April 27, 2023. So we're asking for a 1-year extension through April 27, 2024. And obviously, it would be subject to all conditions in the prior approvals.
Great. All right, thank you, council. Anybody, any questions?
No.
All right, is there anybody from public that wants to comment on this application? If so, please raise your hand. If you're calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hand.
Mr. Chair, seeing no public, I move to close the public.
Second.
All right, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed.
I'm sitting in here for Tim on this one here tonight, and I just wanted to announce that Tim has taken a job elsewhere. We're very excited for him, and his last week was last week. So we will no longer be seeing here in the virtual world or in real life. But
We might see him in real life,
Yeah,
man.
he's not dead.
that's right. I meant at planning board meetings.
We,
Most likely, unless he comes to comment.
I hope Tim isn't watching this meeting tonight. I wish him the best, and I hope he's not.
Yeah,
watching this.
Maybe. Staff recommends approval and conditions remain in full force and effect.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P 23-052 as presented to our board tonight.
Second.
All right, motion made and seconded for approval.
Okay, Vice Chair Dr. Gonzalez,
Aye.
Commissioner Gangadin,
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai,
Aye.
Commissioner Green,
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky,
Best wishes, Tim. I vote aye.
and Chairman Langston.
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion carries, all in favor.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on to item I is case P 23-034. Is a 1-year extension of a preliminary and final major site plan with variances for 570 Washington Boulevard.
Good evening, Chairman. Good evening, Commissioners. Gerard Pizzillo from Genova Burns on behalf of the applicant, 570 Washington Street Ground Owner LLC. As indicated, we are requesting a 1-year site plan extension. This would be our second, this is our second 1-year site extension request. It's all in conjunction with application or approval granted on January 8th, 2019. Which was subsequently extended on February 18th, 2022. And the basis for the extension, this is a little different than the other matters that the board just heard. My client has a fully constructed, fully operational building. The approval that we're asking for the extension of was for a small portion of the building, and it really was subject to or focused on converting a portion of the parking area to more office space. Obviously, with there's tenants with long-term leases, with the uncertainty regarding the return to offices and how that looks, we are just asking for this additional 1 year to protect the approval. My client agrees and understands that all of the conditions that were subject from the first approval as well as the subsequent extension remain in effect, and we agree to that. And this extension would terminate, if the board, of course, approves it, would terminate in 2024. March of 2024.
All right, thank you, counsel. And are you still at the office, Gerard?
I am. We actually moved suites, so you don't get the good book background anymore, unfortunately. I have to get a new collection.
I'm let down, but
you and me both, Chairman.
Santo has a better sunset. That, no doubt. All right, any questions?
No.
Okay, is anybody here from the public that wants to comment on this application? Please raise your hand or press *9 if you're calling in.
Mr. Chair, I see no public. I move to close.
Second.
All right, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. And Cam, this is yours. Any questions, comments? Resolutions?
The applicant's attorney addressed our only concern, and that is that the existing conditions remain in effect. Therefore, planning staff recommends approval.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P23-034 as presented to our board tonight.
Second.
All right, motion is made and seconded for approval.
Vice Chair, Dr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky.
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai.
Aye.
Commissioner Green.
Aye.
Commissioner Gangadin.
Aye.
And Chairman Langston.
Aye.
Motion carries all in favor with conditions.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone.
Everybody.
Have a great night.
You too. Thanks, counsel.
Thank you.
All right, that's the end of our speed round for tonight. Let's move on to new business. Item 9 is case P23-078. This is a review and discussion of council ordinance 23-029. It's commonly referred to as the development fees ordinance to raise funds for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund pursuant to state laws. This was referred to the planning board by council resolution 23-287, and formal action may be taken tonight.
All right, I'm gonna be doing a little bit of emceeing, and then I'll be talking about the report that was prepared for the planning board. But I just want to introduce up one of our council people, Councilman James Solomon, to speak on this ordinance that was referred to planning board.
Okay, thanks, Matt. Council, good evening.
Good evening, Chair. How are you?
Good.
Good. Good evening to everybody. If it's okay, good evening. If it's okay with you, I'll take a few minutes to just introduce the ordinance. Is that all right?
Sure. Absolutely.
Wonderful. So just to briefly introduce myself again, my name is James Solomon. I'm the Ward E council member. And the council unanimously, 8-0, Councilmember Rivera was absent, introduced this ordinance and passed a resolution submitting it to the planning board for review. So we're very appreciative of your service and of your dedication and attention to this issue. I'll sort of give you a brief overview of the ordinance and the sort of process that led us to this point, and I will let Matt and everyone cover more of the nitty-gritty details, but I will be here to answer any questions that you might have through the process. So very briefly, what we're asking you to review is a development fee ordinance that we think represents an extraordinary opportunity to fund thousands of affordable housing units in the city over the course of many years, as well as keep thousands of residents in their homes, that conforms with the city's master plan and conforms with the additional affordable housing work that we've done from the inclusionary zoning ordinance and the affordable housing overlay. It's no secret to all of you as dedicated, public servants in Jersey City that we are facing an affordability crisis. By some measures, we're the most expensive city in the country to rent in. By other measures, in the top 10, we've seen rents increase by 10% simply in the last year. And unfortunately, that has led to thousands of our residents being displaced from the city for many different reasons, but oftentimes including being evicted. The Waterfront Project, one of the legal providers in Jersey City, estimates using the best pre-COVID data that roughly 9,000 evictions were filed in the year that they have the data from, which obviously represents, an incredible number of our residents who potentially face losing their homes. And we believe this ordinance can provide the funding to keep them in their homes through a number of different ways. Not before you tonight, but being considered by the council is a right to counsel ordinance. Counsel spelled as in the legal version. I'm only going to briefly describe it for 30 seconds because I know it's not before you, but just so you know the brief concept. The concept of right to counsel is to level the playing field between landlords and tenants. Now, on average, 80% of landlords have an attorney when an eviction case goes before court, and only 3% of tenants do. That leads to thousands of tenants being evicted, even when they may not have violated the law. A right to counsel provides an attorney for the tenant in court. And what we have seen when it's been implemented is it keeps thousands of residents in their homes. It's now in 15 cities across the country and 3 states. And rigorous studies in those cities have shown that residents, again, 40% in New York City, I think up to 60% in Boulder, Colorado, stay in their homes with a right to counsel program. It is not something that most landlords have to fear, though, because the law remains the law. But if anyone is trying to be evicted under false pretenses or premises, it is a great aid to keep them in their homes. But the core of what we're talking about tonight is the development fee ordinance. We think, again, it's an extraordinary opportunity. We think we're very excited about it because, first, it has no impact on taxpayers. So it does not put any additional tax burden on property owners and residents, given the extraordinary tax burden that folks have experienced in the last couple of years. Second, with the development fee ordinance is it's commonplace. So development fee ordinances have existed in the state of New Jersey for over 30 years. And there's over 300 municipalities in New Jersey that have development fee ordinances, including our neighbors, Hoboken, Bayonne, and Union City. Development fee ordinances also exist in dozens of cities across the country with different mechanisms and different rules in place. But because they're so commonplace, we think that they're, again, a proven strategy to provide funding for affordable housing. The ordinance before you has 2 types of development fees. Non-residential fees, the city has already been collecting, so I'm not going to focus on those, but it does add a new fee for residential development. That fee would put money directly into the city's affordable housing trust fund. We have tried to carefully draft the fee, working with the mayor and the council. A couple things for you guys to know about the fee. It phases in. It starts at 0.5% for a year, then 1% for another year, and then hitting 1.5%, the full fee that is paid based on the equalized value of the property. I know city planning has some comments on that, and paid at the time of the issuance of the certificate of occupancy. It exempts any projects that meet the city's affordable housing laws, including the inclusionary zoning ordinance and the affordable housing overlay, both laws that you passed. We did that very intentionally to encourage the use of those laws and encourage the production of affordable housing. And we think that the law sets a really positive standard for the city, one of shared prosperity, one in which every single project and development that moves forward in the city, those that qualify, aid in meeting this affordability crisis, ensuring that every resident benefits from the development of Jersey City. Now, the money paid into this from this fee goes to the city's affordable housing trust fund, and it will follow a certain set of rules that are set by the state. And again, city planning lawyers can give you detailed version, but the core basics. 20% of those funds would fund this right to counsel program. An additional 80%, so 4/5 of the dollars, would then be spent on other uses in the city's affordable housing trust fund. The city would have a year to develop its spending plan. So after the ordinance passes, we have a year to develop exactly how we intend to spend those 80% of funds, but we can spend them on emergency rental assistance to keep tenants in their homes. We can spend it on affordable housing production, bayfront, projects that are moving forward as a city. We can spend it on landlord rehabilitation, in which major systems and apartment buildings can be rehabbed as long as units are then rented affordably to Jersey City residents. And we think that presents the ability through this ordinance to help, again, I think thousands of residents stay in their homes in affordable housing units. We took a look in the prior 5 years, so 2018 to 2022, had this fee been implemented at its top level, on average, the city would have collected $20 million annually for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. So over $100 million total. So just think about the extraordinary impact we can make with those types of dollars in our Affordable Housing Trust Fund. So I'm eager to hear your review. We believe that it is consistent with the master plan's goal of encouraging affordable housing and keeping residents in the city. And we're very excited to have your thought process and your reviews, and then to discuss it and take your report back to the city council.
All right, thank you, Councilman. Always a pleasure.
Thank you all so much.
Councilman, before I begin to go into the report, was there anyone else that you wanted to invite up to speak, or?
So I think there's some members of the public who are hoping to speak, and there might be someone from Fair Share Housing to answer legal questions for folks who might have additional legal questions about the development fee ordinance.
Well, Councilman, are you, or is Lizette Diaz from the Waterfront Project with you this evening?
There may be members of the Waterfront Project here to speak as well in the public speaking portion.
Okay. But not directly with you.
No, not directly with me.
So for folks that are here for the first time tonight, we will be going to public comment in a moment. But Chairman, do you want to hear a presentation on the report first?
Yeah, let's do that first, Matt. I appreciate it.
Okay, one moment. All right, so on the data portal was posted resolution 23-287, which just technically referred the ordinance before us to planning board. Also ordinance 23-029 is posted on the data portal for everyone to view and download. And staff has prepared a report for planning board, and pursuant to the referral powers in the MLUL, we are tasked with sending a report to municipal council within 35 days of the referral. We are trying to affirm whether this ordinance is consistent with the master plan, and any recommendations or inconsistencies or revisions for the consideration of council. As explained, this is an ordinance that amends chapter 160. So it is not amending chapter 345, which is the land development ordinance, but because it's development related, the council referred it to us out of an abundance of caution. So whereas this isn't exactly zoning per se, it is development related. In this report, it's 13 pages, and I'd actually like to mark this because we just posted this to the data portal today. So for the record, I don't know, what do we want to mark this, Santo?
Matt, let's mark it as B1, B being for board, B1 will mark it. This is the April 25th, 2023 Jersey City Planning Board memo regarding, or report regarding ordinance 23-029.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So this is a 13-page memo. On page number 2, we have a master plan consistency statement. The purpose of the residential and non-residential development fees are to be used for the sole purpose of providing low and moderate income housing. The ordinance under review and consideration establishes standards for the collection, maintenance, and expenditure of development fees, and it is certainly consistent with the Jersey City Master Plan. Then we go into some planning board recommended revisions and annotations. We have just general comments up front, which I'll read into the record. The city currently collects the non-residential fee, which is mandated by state law. So the majority of the general comments and recommended revisions are focused on portions of the ordinance related to the residential development fee. The ordinance as proposed ramps up the residential development fee from 0.5 to 1.5% of the equalized assessed value of the land and or improvements for all applicable residential development. The fee is in effect starting July 9th, 2023, increasing to the full 1.5% by July 1st, 2025. The fee is anticipated to impact land costs and or become a cost transferred to future renters or owners of those properties. The impact this fee may have on new housing starts let me rephrase that so it's better understood, will only be realized after July 1st, 2025. In lead up to July 1st, 2025, there may be a rush of developers to get permits or obtain final and unappealable site plan approval before the final fee increase. If there is a major or sustained drop off in new housing starts thereafter, the amount of the fee may be set too high, and the council may want to consider the amount of that percentage. The ordinance as proposed does not impose fees upon residential development built on existing vacant land. And that's something that we'll talk about revising here tonight. The ordinance instead proposes fees: 1, when a structure is demolished and new residential occurs; 2, an existing structure undergoes a change to a more intense use; or 3, residential is built on a newly created lot. The council in their final draft of this ordinance should amend language to account for new construction on existing vacant lots. And we have 2 suggestions for that. You can see the inline revisions, which is the next section I'll go over in this report. And we also suggest one potential way of doing this would be to replace the proposed clauses of how fees are imposed and to include development that must seek or obtain minor or major site plan approval pursuant to 345-16 of the Land Development Ordinance. That's our thresholds for site plan review. As written, the fees are calculated on the increase of the equalized assessed value. And there's a table on the next page of this memo, which kind of will better describe what I mean. This means that you subtract out the prior assessed value from the new equalized assessed value. Recommendation in this report is that this may be difficult to administer and have some unintended consequences. First, what happens if a building is demolished and vacant for several years? Does that property owner or developer still benefit from the prior valuation? Those 2 questions aside, subtracting out the prior equalized assessed value, you may be encouraging office to residential conversions, as it may yield a decrease in assessed value, something that we may not want to see in our city. Even if office conversions are not at much risk, it may also discourage development in areas of the city with lower existing assessed values, because those values have a smaller upside on reducing the overall fee associated with that development. By removing the prior assessed value from the fee equation, you may also encourage some developers to do additions, which are exempt from the fee. Instead, Planning Board recommends that the fee be a % of the new equalized assessed value only. So removing that increase, removing that subtraction. We recognize that this revision may increase the fees collected. So the municipal council should consider potentially capping the fee at 0.5 or 1% amounts. And the table on the next page will kind of demonstrate that recommendation. And just to clarify, if you have any questions about this or wish to revise this report before we send it to council, we believe that these are soft recommendations, and there is a process by which, by way of vote, they can ignore these recommendations. As written, developments that trigger the inclusionary zoning ordinance or utilize the affordable housing overlay are exempted from the residential development fee. Planning Board supports this clause, and it should remain. City planning staff recommends revisiting the fractional unit contribution amount of the affordable housing overlay in order to increase utilization in hopes of attracting more on-site affordable housing and development. So while the city is considering enacting, first formalizing the non-residential development fee and the residential development fee, to boost the amount of contributions made to the Affordable Housing Trust Funds. At the same time, we're seeing an underutilization of the affordable housing overlay thus far. And that mostly is due from what we hear anecdotally to the high contribution amount that's currently in that ordinance. All right, this looks like a lot. Just preface that. So how to read this? We looked at a couple different templates of buildings on real sites. The first property is 15 Graham. The second property is 58 Giles, then 351 Marin, and 2132 Kennedy Boulevard. These are all buildings that already have a CO. So they're very unlikely that they will be changing. But let's just walk through some of this so you can understand what this report means when we talk about potentially just going with the new equalized assessed value rather than this increase only. All right. So to do that, I think actually the bottom example works it most dramatically. So in 2018, the property at 2132 Kennedy Boulevard was a 2-unit building at an assessed value of $140,700. The equalized assessed ratio at that time was 1.0102. And so the fee on that building, if it was built anew at that time, would have been these numbers in red. And they're in red because we actually subtract them from the next line. Since then, this site was built as a 20-unit building. Its assessed value was just over $3 million. And the minor difference here from the first column there on the far right, now I'm looking, these three on the right, is the 0.5 fee, the 1% fee, and the 1.5% fee. We're talking about really only a reduction of $700 to $2,000. But we're adding in all that administrative sort of burden of figuring out the two, dealing with people arguing about, well, I had this then, I've only demolished it for so long to get this. That just sounds like a major burden in trying to administer this policy. It has different meanings for projects at different scales. So moving up from the bottom, now we're talking about a site that became a high-rise apartment building of 507 units. Prior to that, it was several different auto-related uses. And you can see the difference here. This kind of demonstrates what I was talking about with pushing development towards maybe an office conversion to residential, where this auto use was a really soft site prior to this residential development fee. One with a higher existing assessed value becomes a slightly more attractive. You see with the full fee here, you see either 2.49 or $2.5 million collected by this residential fee at that full amount. And then the last two, we did condo buildings because it actually changes the assessed value greatly. Whether it's a 2-unit building that's owner occupied and then rented out for the other unit versus a 2-unit building that's condoed. So the top example, you see that the red numbers at the far right, this sort of looking at the increase only, it doesn't necessarily necessarily move the needle all too much. And again, by removing it, the administrative burden of carrying out this this policy would be greatly eased. All right, I think I've beaten that one. So now for this next session, I'm going to go pretty quick. And the planning board, you're very familiar with this type of format. The yellow highlight is new language that's added in this report of ours. Gray strike through text is text that we believe should be struck. Sections that have no changes are listed as no changes. And then the right-hand column, since this is a little bit different and we're sending this up to council, so we don't always have we do have the council caucus, but to just make it very clear on where these comments come from, we added some annotations in the right-hand side. So the purpose, no changes are proposed. The basic requirements, no changes are proposed. Definitions, no changes. We do call out the developer as a defined definition.
Matt,
Which,
can you just zoom in on it, please?
yeah, sorry. All right, there we go. The developer definition is just called out because of a comment down below. Let me scroll through. This is my scrolling is a little bit slower. Okay. So all right, we're at section 4, residential development fees, and then imposed fees. We just strike residential developers and echo the definition that's defined in this chapter as developers. And we also add the statement and/or improvements for all applicable residential development. It might be required to keep new because I'll get into that in a moment. But we down below, we say when residential development fees are imposed and collected. So we might have to keep the word new because that refers to development that is on vacant land. How this was organized before was that this top section was organizing the fees as they phase in, and down below under bullet 4 was explaining how and when these fees are imposed. So again, we just echo this developer rather than residential developers, and we keep this and/or statement in applicable language. The council may want to evaluate the usage of that. By adding the word also in a circular fashion, it says it makes these have more weight. These fee 0.05 to 1.5% paragraphs. Without that sentence, or without that word in that sentence, the way it reads is that these are the only way that the residential fee is imposed. And again, that's what I talked about earlier. When an existing structure is demolished and replaced, when an existing structure undergoes a change to a more intense use, or when a subdivision happens. So the annotation here on the right, I'll direct you to. As currently set up, residential development fees are not imposed for new construction on already existing vacant land. Adding the word also fixes this omission, or see general comments and recommended revisions up above, which we just went through, for other suggestions. The last thing is just more of a pagination comment. We use A, B, C, and then we roll right into a B, but that's at a different indentation. But it's just very confusing to read. So suggested just changing those to numbers. Now we're in a section that talks about exemptions from this residential development fee. This first paragraph, we just expanded the language to be more clear. Developments that received preliminary or final major site plan approval or minor site plan approval prior to the adoption of a municipal development fee ordinance shall be exempt from development fees. So we just added that clarifying language under bullet 2 of the exemptions. It reads, owner occupied residential structures demolished and replaced as a result of fire, flood, or natural disaster shall be exempt from residential development fees. We suggest exempting fire. We suggest eliminating this exemption of fire as it could encourage arson. It just seems as an unnecessary item to exempt. Bullet 3. Affordable housing developments where the developer is providing for the construction of affordable housing units. We just added the word housing in here to say affordable housing units, and then affordable housing units just has more callback to the definitions of this section. This is a more not a substantive change, but a more it has this is just has more clarifying language. So it says additions to existing homes with a gross floor area of 5,000 square feet or less. Currently, this exemption did not have a cap. So it wasn't sure where the ceiling was of an addition. So by putting in this figure of 5,000 square feet, we're keeping the addition at a level that does not trigger minor site plan or major. And then as accessory dwelling units are not additions, we just parsed out that clause and put it on a new bullet of bullet 6. Accessory dwelling units shall be exempt from the payment of a residential development fee. And that was how this ordinance was sent to us. For the remaining items, I believe these are really just kind of clarifying language. We just write out 2.5% because that's the way they did it up above. We replaced the word local with municipal tax assessor because we used that text in other paragraphs. There are no changes to the appeal of development fees section. In the affordable housing trust section, number 7, we just write in the word affordable to read affordable housing trust fund. Under use of funds, there are no changes proposed. And that's it. We'll stop sharing. Or if there are questions, I'll keep this up for a moment.
Yeah, if we could keep it up for a second, Matt. I do have a couple questions. And I apologize. I'm going to have to jump around because this is the order that they hit me.
Sure.
So upon my first read, I want to just clarify the definition of an accessory dwelling unit.
The definition, I can bring that up if you wish.
Either bring it up or just get us up to speed exactly what that is.
Sure. As I recall, an accessory dwelling unit is defined in chapter 345(6) of the Land Development Ordinance. And I believe that it refers to it as a single dwelling unit in an accessory structure. So it is detached from the principal structure.
Okay, is there anywhere that definition may differ in say some, some ordinance that city council may have passed that doesn't pertain to our language.
I haven't done a search of the municipal code regarding that. I know that because it is defined in the LDO, that well, I hope that would take precedent or at least be reviewed in any sort of interpretation of this ordinance.
Okay.
So to the extent that it doesn't, Chairman, I think within this ordinance, we could use that definition by just adding as defined in chapter such and such of the city's LDO.
Yeah, I think that would be, again, this is minor, but I think that just strengthens that definition.
Okay, so add accessory dwelling unit to the definition section of this ordinance.
Or
Yeah, defined in
pretty
the
easy.
LDO, you might as well, right? You might as well pick it up and put it as a defined term in here.
Yeah, that can be done very easily, Chairman.
Okay. My next question is under exemptions. Let me just get to exemptions again. We've obviously run into this in the not too distant past. That we're using the trigger of the approval for final major site plan or minor site plan. We're not using application time, correct?
No, this ordinance does not say that. It's well, actually, you mean for the exemption or for the applicability?
For the exemption.
For
So
the exemption, it's not
under I.
For the exemption, it's not necessarily clear. It says developments that have received preliminary or final major site plan approval. So it's not clear if that means unappealable. That could simply mean memorialization of the resolution for affirmative vote.
What do you think about adding received developments that have received a resolution for preliminary or final major site plan approval or minor site plan approval?
Okay, received a memorialized resolution.
Yeah, memorialized resolution.
Okay.
So Chairman and Matt, the only thing I would say is that the vote actually controls the approval. The resolution just memorializes that approval. And then in the event that there was some sort of an appeal from that decision, the time under the MLUL is told while the appeal process is playing out. If the court ultimately upholds the approval, then I think it's a non-issue. If it's overturned in this context, it also becomes a non-issue because the approval is null and void by the court.
So counsel, does that mean we should say
I think that's why you see the
vote?
language.
Should we refer to the vote then, or should we refer to the memorialized resolution?
I think the reason the language is written the way it's written is because the approval is as of the vote. Obviously, you need a memorializing resolution. That controls and starts the clock for the notice of approval publication and the time in which somebody has the right to appeal. But when we take the vote is what controls whether or not the approval was granted or not.
Okay, understood.
So do we need any further revision to this clause?
I don't believe the clause needs a revision in terms of an approval having taken place, right?
Okay.
Okay, understood. And
Council. But council,
ahead, Steve.
does that affect how fees are imposed and then sought through the approval of the minor or major site plan approval?
So the way this particular provision reads, developments that have the approval prior to the adoption are exempt unless there's a substantial change, which then would require an amendment to the approval or a new application. So, just to give the example, if the approval was granted tonight and the council adopts the ordinance next week, the approval granted tonight would be quote unquote grandfathered in because it predates the ordinance coming into play. But of course, there's another provision when the ordinance goes into effect. So the ordinance doesn't go into effect until July, I believe, is what Matt had testified to.
Yes.
The fee starts being
0.05.
levied on July 9th, 2023.
But in provision I that you're highlighting, it says final and unappealable. So I think that's where you may run into that issue of, okay, if it's under appeal and then granted subsequently, does the fee come into play?
The council, if it's under appeal, how could that, I mean, I'm not clear on that. How could that be?
Well, if Matt just scrolled back up to that provision,
Yes.
right? So that provision, except for developers of the type specifically exempt below who obtained final and unappealable approval. So if you have an appealable approval and you're under appeal, then does the fee come into play? Even if the approval that's being appealed is prior to July 9th. So if we approve something tonight and it gets appealed next week and the ordinance goes into effect for July 9th and the court ultimately decides that that approval is valid in 2024, does that developer have to pay a fee because it was under appeal? I can't answer the question, but that's what this type of verbiage brings into the fold.
So
Okay.
just then to reference Matt's recommendation and the third paragraph, last sentence, one potential way of doing this would be to replace the proposed clauses on how fees are imposed to include development that must seek or obtain a minor or major site plan approval. So I guess I'm saying is if it gets the minor and major site plan approval, even if it's being appealed, I mean, it's really a moot point to me, I think, based on Matt's recommendation. Or if
Yeah,
I'm-
I was answering the question based on the way it was written. When you add that word unappealable to the provision.
Okay.
Chairman, should we add the some additional annotation regarding to the report regarding the word unappealable? And maybe some of the questions that have been brought up here.
I think that's probably the way to go. I don't think we want to come to a final decision on that language tonight. But let's annotate it. Let's give city council some of the concerns that were brought up on this.
Chairman, yeah, before moving forward on this, Councilman Solomon is the proposer of this ordinance, and hearing this conversation, might we ask him if he has an opinion on it, or?
No, these are just our recommendations to city council.
Okay.
These aren't binding in any way.
No, I fully understand that. I mean,
Yeah.
I've been on the planning board and the council before, but.
Yeah, so this is just our conversation and our recommendations and concerns with anything that might be in there.
Well, that's exactly why I brought that up, because this way, if it went from us cleaner based on this conversation, or if there was a way to clear it up, to assist the forwarding of it, which I think is good. But if we're comfortable, then just submitting as such, then I refrain from that.
So it's not my intention just to hand city council a stack of Post-it notes with our concerns on it. But I do think, there's a legal analysis that might have to happen on this that I don't think we're going to solve tonight. But I think they should, certainly be aware of both sides of the concern on this and have this discussion in front of them rather than us, just changing it on the spot.
Excellent point.
Chair, I have a question for Matt. Matt, what happens if there is already an approval in place and the developer come in for amendments due to code changes? Does the fee still apply?
So in the exemptions, it goes into that, and hopefully this answers your question, Commissioner Gangadin. To read this full clause that I partially read earlier, developments that have received preliminary or final major site plan approval or minor site plan approval prior to the adoption of a municipal development fee shall be exempt from development fees unless the developer seeks a substantial change in the approval, exclusive of minor application changes, not requiring a new application for development. So they are able to change the number of their units. I think in this 34520, it says by no more than 20%. So yes, we are aware that there are some code changes that could change the overall yield of units in some buildings that just recently went into effect. So that's a very good question. But I believe that by them referencing this clause and exempting prior approvals, that those should be mostly accounted for.
Thank you.
You got it.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Gangadin. Matt, my last question / concern is, and believe me, I'm not a proponent of arson in the least, but striking fire out of the text. Obviously, not all fires are caused by arson, and I don't want to put a burden on someone that's just been through a horrific portion of their life. I think maybe we could revisit the definition or change the language of fire.
Yeah, so they do have this caveat that this only applies to owner occupied residential structures. But if the planning board does not want to include that, we can certainly strike it.
Well, you're striking the word fire already, right?
Yeah.
In the version we transmit to the council, we can leave that in.
Yeah, unstrike it is
Yeah,
what we're looking
a double
for.
negative there.
Yeah. I don't know. Is there a better wording of it?
maybe defining it, Chairman, as a result of fire that has been found to be by arson or?
So Chairman, I think one of the questions the ordinance poses, and I don't know the answer to it, in fairness to everybody, we've only seen this recently, but I'm not clear as I read it. I think the intention is to exempt a owner-occupied structure that suffers from a disaster of some situation, not of the owner's doing, right? So to your point, Chairman, God forbid you're the victim of, a fire. You have to rebuild. Do we want to tack on this residential development fee to that painful experience? But I think the ordinance generally, if you were to knock down a single family house and build a single family house, you have to pay the residential development fee. I'm not clear on that. I don't know if Matt is clear on that. But I think it would apply in that scenario.
It would apply in that scenario.
And I don't know if that's the intention or not.
Yeah, so there is some of that the countering, but I believe that the exemptions are meant to supersede where there is any lack of clarity.
Yeah, I just don't know if that's something that is intended, right? I'm always concerned about the unintended consequences of things.
Yeah.
For example, I was actually reading your language to the additions to existing homes. I was not reading that if the addition is more than 5,000 gross, the floor area. I was reading it as if the house or structure is more than 5,000 square feet. In that paragraph number 5, it's on the bottom of my screen right now.
Sure. Did we close the loop on the fire question?
Well, the only other thing is in looking at that, if it were to say owner occupied residential structures demolished and replaced as a result of flood, exempt. So, but does it set any type of, so like you've shown a chart where I can go from a 2-unit home and have 20 units, even if I still live there, then why should I be exempt from it? Should that not be a little bit more teased out, demolish and replace as such, or not exceeding a certain number of units? Because if it has more units and they could contribute to this fund, then that might be, as Santo said, a unintended consequence.
Right, are we talking about an owner occupied 1 or 2 family versus
Goes to 5 stories, or I'm sorry, Council, my apologies.
or are we talking about an owner occupying a unit in a multi-unit building? It's a valid point.
Okay. Well, I would just look to put some sort of specificity in terms of, and nobody in this town wants to penalize anybody who's gone through a flood or through fire. We all are on that page. But at the same token, if such things happen, we don't want to capitalize or either on it without the city getting its, and those who are most needed getting a particular percentage. And I like how council phrased that these are the unintended consequences.
Yeah.
Well, by us leaving it as is, it at least puts them on notice to talk about it, and they can choose to not recognize it.
Yeah, I think we leave fire in.
Okay.
But, let's let city council be aware of the conversation.
So to answer Santo's question about this, I read this clause as one. And so existing homes where the gross floor area with the addition is not more than 5,000 square feet.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's how I'm reading it. It's not that the addition is 5,000 square feet, correct?
No, it's additions to homes with a
Right.
gross floor area of 5,000 square.
I'm
feet
sorry.
or
Yeah, I'm just
less.
looking at it again. Okay, are we comfortable with that?
So again, I think part of our charge is just to kind of identify these concerns or inconsistencies, right? It's not our authority to write the ordinance.
Sure.
I think, we're just flagging things and talking about them. So perhaps when we get to the end of the exercise, we decide, I hate to say it, but I don't know how we package this to the council other than here's the conversation that we had based, on them reading the transcript.
Okay.
I agree. I think that's exactly how we go about it.
We can attach the transcript to this when we send it up.
And I don't think anything we've discussed tonight changes its compliance with the master plan. I think these are just minor flags that go up for us.
Yeah, and just to go back to, this is the clause of the referral powers. The council may disapprove or change any recommendation by a vote.
Sure. Obviously.
Mhm.
Okay, Matt, that was it for me. Commissioners, anybody else?
The conversation of utility. Hey, Councilman Solomon didn't need to be here. And obviously his-
Can't
Steve,
quite.
I can't really hear
We're
you.
having,
Maybe your mic's covered.
Yes.
Better?
Yes.
Okay. It's the invisible hand of my wife saying, stop. So the points that Matt made, I think, are good points of conversation. I think what we've already discussed is good. And Councilman Solomon's being here as being a primary sponsor of this ordinance for the city council shows his commitment. He didn't have to be here, shows his commitment and his ability to listen and want to listen and to engage in these critical conversations that will bolster this particular ordinance. So to your point, I think no matter, all said and done, it, into my opinion, definitely meets with the master plan.
all right, thank you, Commissioner. Anybody else? Any questions for Matt? Okay, Matt, anything else?
No, not at this time.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Solomon, I'll give you a minute if you want to chime in before we open it up for public comment, or we could just move into public comment and I'll extend that courtesy again after public comment if you'd like.
I think just speaking now and then that's it. I'll just say that, I intend to, obviously, I think we should give the transcript to the full council And obviously, I'm happy to, provide the transcript and speak to all of my colleagues about each individual point of discussion tonight, and go from there.
Great. All right. Thank you, Councilman. All right. So Matt, if there's nothing else, I'd like to open up public comment. We're okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. So at this time, I see 2 hands up already. If anybody's here from the public that wants to comment on this application, please raise your hand. And if you're calling in and you'd like to comment, please press star 9 to raise your hand. And we do have 3 minutes for public comment each.
Promoting Katie Brennan.
Hello.
Hi, Katie. I just want to swear you in before you speak, okay? You can
Sure.
raise your right hand. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name and give us your home address, please?
Sure. Katie, Katie, Brennan, Brennan. And my home address is 20.5 Highland Avenue.
In Jersey City?
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Brennan, good evening. We have 3 minutes for you.
Great. Well, hi, as I just said, my name is Katie Brennan. I'm a resident of Ward C in Jersey City. I am a city planner, a housing expert, and a board member of the Waterfront Project, which provides legal assistance to low-income families and tenants. I also am a small landlord, and I enthusiastically support the development fee and the right to counsel ordinance. As somebody who has spent her career in New Jersey as a planner and in affordable housing, I've worked with development impact fees in hundreds of New Jersey municipalities and seen firsthand its successes. And now working in New York, I smile with pride as they continue to look to New Jersey as an example of successful tools like the residential impact fee, which can create hundreds, thousands of affordable units. And we should do everything we can to maximize the tools that we have to make Jersey City affordable. As a landlord, the ordinance does nothing to hurt me or any other landlord acting in good faith. It does not take anything away, but rather gives rights already guaranteed in all criminal cases. With right to counsel, the people of Jersey City will have a fighting chance, a fair chance against landlords seeking a shortcut to profits or luxury developers driving people out. And I know that it's not in your purview and we're talking about the fee, but I do feel that expressing my support for the end goal here with right to counsel is important because our housing issues are not isolated, and the housing demand, as you all well know, means that landlords like me have too much power, and it's too easy to evict someone illegally or for no good cause without consequence. And almost all landlords come with representation and almost no tenants do. An eviction means a scarlet letter when trying to find a new apartment, something that's already hard. It leads to shelter stays, homelessness, and cycles of housing instability and trauma. And more often than not, eviction can be avoided. So right to counsel is proven to have major reductions in evictions, and meaning that the people of Jersey City can stay in Jersey City. So not only is it the right thing to do, it's the cost-effective thing to do. Data from New York and elsewhere shows that it overwhelmingly pays for itself. The cost of evictions and the other services are just too high. Preventing an eviction is clearly better for the family and better for the taxpayers. But of course, better yet, here we have a really creative solution that's no added cost to the taxpayer at all. So as a planner, as a resident, as somebody who works with the Waterfront Project, I urge you to pass this on, and I look forward to council passing the ordinance. Thank you all so much.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Brennan. We appreciate your time.
Promoting Carol St. Lair.
Hi, Carol. I'll just swear you in before you speak.
Sure.
Do you swear any testimony you get tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And for the record, can you please state and spell your name and give us your home address?
My name is Carol, Carol. My last name is Saint Hilaire, Sainthilaire, and I live at 365 Van Nostrand Avenue in Jersey City.
Thank you.
Ms. St. Hilaire, good evening. We have 3 minutes for you.
Good evening, planning board members. My name is Carol St. Hilaire, and I am the executive director of the Waterfront Project. We're a legal center providing free legal and housing assistance to low-income tenants and homeowners in Hudson County. I'm here to discuss the right to counsel ordinance, which could make a significant impact in the lives of vulnerable tenants in Jersey City. The waterfront project supports the establishment of a new city office to oversee the overall program, including the day-to-day functionings and accountability of this initiative. However, I have to encourage the city to work with organizations like the waterfront project to make right to counsel a reality in Jersey City. The city shouldn't provide the legal representation themselves. The waterfront project supports the city object office to oversee contracts to these organizations, not actually providing it because there is too much conflict of interest there. Furthermore, the attorneys at the waterfront project and our other legal service organizations are already experienced in this field. We do the work, we know the law, and we are well equipped to expand should we receive additional funding and support from the city through this initiative. I also wanted to share what we're actually seeing at the waterfront project. In calendar year 2022, 12 months, we served 500 Jersey City residents with only 3 full-time attorneys on staff. In the first quarter of this year, 2023, January to March, we've already served 430 Jersey City residents, all of which are low income at or below 80% AMI. We now have 7 full-time tenant landlord attorneys, each with a caseload of almost 50 individuals each. We are on track to serve well over 1,000 Jersey City residents just with tenant landlord representation. This doesn't include our housing counseling or foreclosure work. The research shows that there are over 15,000 eviction filings per year in Hudson County, and conservatively, you can say that at least half of those are Jersey City. I know at the waterfront, 90% of our cases are Jersey City cases. And while we know these numbers are estimates, we also know that eviction rates are increasing, leaving tens of thousands at risk of eviction. If the waterfront project represents 1,500 tenants annually, it still leaves well over 6,000 unrepresented tenants in eviction filings in Jersey City each year. And preventing evictions doesn't only have positive outcomes for the tenants, but it is critical in preventing homelessness. And how I said in the city council hearing a few weeks ago, the homeless system in Jersey City cannot withstand a wave of evictions this large. While several council members have also expressed concerns over landlords and homeowners in R1 zones, I'd like to point out that the Anti-Eviction Act does not apply to 2 or 3 unit owner-occupied premises with 2 or fewer rental units, so 2-family homes. Tenants living in these owner-occupied homes can be evicted for any reason at the end of their lease term. Legally, all a landlord needs to do is prove to a judge that they provided the 1 month's notice. More importantly, when we see these cases, there's really not much we can do on behalf of the tenant. But our job as attorneys, as advocates at the waterfront project is not to trick the system or trick the landlord. We're not out to get anyone. Our sole job is to defend tenants, Jersey City constituents against wrongful evictions and to ensure that the court process is being properly followed and applied to the tenant by all parties involved. Furthermore, we also work with housing counselors and assist tenants in paying their rent. So the benefits of right to counsel is for the tenants and the landlords alike. Thank you.
Ms. St. Hilaire, thank you. That was your 3 minutes. And just for clarification, once again, the right to counsel ordinance is not in front of us. We have no voice whatsoever when it comes to that ordinance. That is in City Council sandbox, just as City Council doesn't approve site plans. So right to counsel is in front of City Council. This is strictly on the development fees to fund affordable housing tonight. And that is our purview, and we do not extend past that. We're busy enough with what we do.
Promoting Sarah Levine.
Hi, Sarah. I'll swear in. If you could raise your right hand. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Oh, we cannot hear you.
I do.
Wonderful. Thank you. And can you just state and spell your name and give us your home address, please?
My name is Sarah Levine, Sarah, last name Levine, and I live at 305 Varick Street in Jersey City.
Thank you.
Ms. Levine, good evening. We have 3 minutes for you.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight in support of this ordinance and for your very thoughtful consideration of it. I'm here as a Jersey City resident and native who grew up in the Heights and who's worried about the current affordability and eviction crisis in my hometown. And I'm also here in my personal capacity as an attorney. I currently practice civil rights and labor law, and I'm a former Deputy Attorney General of New Jersey. So here's some law. In 2008, the New Jersey legislature passed a law requiring that every city in the state exact fees on new non-residential development in order to create more affordable housing. As a default rule, that law requires every city's construction official to assess and collect fees prior to issuing a COO, and that the city remits those funds to the state treasurer for deposit into the state's Affordable Housing Trust Fund. However, that statute outlines a process by which any New Jersey city can elect to retain those funds for local purposes in the city's Affordable Housing Trust Fund. And to do so, the city must pass a conforming authorizing ordinance. Now, Jersey City has already been collecting the non-residential development fees and has placed that money into the city's Affordable Housing Trust Fund. However, the city has never passed an authorizing ordinance. So currently, under the status quo, Jersey City is not in compliance with state law. And as such, it could be subject to enforcement action by the New Jersey Attorney General, which could even include disgorgement of funds from the city's Affordable Housing Trust Fund. Now, I know that's not your department, so to speak, but it is high time that the city dots its I's and crosses its T's by passing this ordinance and by doing it quickly. Additionally, the New Jersey Supreme Court has made clear in its decision known as Homedale that cities are further permitted to exact fees on residential development by going through a similar process as we are here and passing an authorizing ordinance. Development fee ordinances like this are commonplace across New Jersey. For example, you can look to our neighbors in the north, south, and east. That's in Union City, Hoboken, and Bayonne. And I think it's worth noting that development has not been disrupted in those cities by the imposition of these small fees. The ordinance before you has been examined by notable New Jersey legal authorities like the Fair Share Housing Center, less notable legal authorities like myself, and it is clear that as drafted, the ordinance, 1, is legal, 2, will not affect buildings that are already producing affordable units, 3, will ensure that any building that does not have affordable units is paying some fair share to support affordability in this city. And that money, tens of millions over the next decade, will materially benefit the city and those residents most in need. So I encourage you to offer this ordinance as written your full support and recommendation to the City Council. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Ms. Levine. We appreciate your time.
Promoting Ryan Spain.
Hi, Ryan. How you doing?
Hi, good, thank you.
Great. I'll just swear you in if you could raise your right hand.
Yeah,
You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, can you state and spell your name and give us your home address, please?
Sure, Ryan, R-Y-A-N, last name Spain, S-P-A-I-N. Address is 100 Newkirk Street, apartment 3A in Jersey City.
Thank you.
Mr. Spain, good evening. We have 3 minutes for you, sir.
Thank you. Sorry, I apologize. Good evening, everyone. Just introduce myself again. My name is Ryan Spain. I'm a renter and resident here in Jersey City. I also work here in Jersey City as an attorney as well, and I'm here today to advocate in favor of the development fee ordinance. Outside of being them so common with hundreds of municipalities and our own state having it enacted, including Hoboken, where I should say it has never been demonstrated to deter or discourage development or investment, I think one of the best arguments in favor of this law is connected to Jersey City's current makeup, as well as the realities which our city's residents face. In terms of our makeup, 72% of Jersey City's population is comprised of renters. In terms of our realities, we are documented as having some of the highest rents in the country. So putting those facts together, 72% of our population is either currently subjected to or has the potential to soon be subjected to some of the highest rents in the country. And as a result, I think my main point today is that we have to make sure that our policies reflect those realities. Taking that a step further, I also think it's important to take into account the growth that Jersey City has seen over the past 10 years. To be frank, it's been incredible. Its population has grown, its economy, its local economy has grown, it's safer. And yet, as far as Jersey City has come, I think it's totally fair to say that we are on the precipice of an entirely new stage of growth. With that being said, I can't help but think that all this growth will be for naught if it's not done the right way, because growth should not only benefit one slither of the community and come at the expense of everyone else. Growth cannot leave entire communities of working people behind. And the only way to make sure that doesn't happen is to have our government, which creates a framework and enacts a broader policy apparatus, which, yes, rewards those at the top, but also one that doesn't leave everyone else behind. And to that end, I think this development fee ordinance is a great example of the type of policy which would do just that. ultimately the folks in the companies that would be subjected to development fees are going to be the same people who are building structures and investing here in Jersey City. They plan on benefiting from the growth of Jersey City for decades and decades to come. And I love that because that's the way it should be. But at the same time, let's make sure that those who benefit the most from our growth also pay it forward and contribute to the collective future of Jersey City. And to that end, increasing our affordable housing stock would help do just that. First and foremost, it would help counterbalance these soaring rents, which threaten 72% of our residents. And in the end, it would help facilitate a more durable, more diverse, and more equitable Jersey City. So please, outside of any technical edits, I encourage this body to recommend that our city council passes ordinance as written, no qualifications. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Spain. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Promoting or attempting to promote Wendy Paul. All right, here she comes.
Hi, Wendy. How you doing?
Great. Thank you
All
so
right.
much.
I'll just swear you in if you could raise your right hand. You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name and give us your home address, please?
Wendy Paul, W-E-N-D. Last name is Paul, P as in Peter, A-U, L as in London.
And your address?
69 46th Street, Weehawken, New Jersey.
Thank you.
Ms. Paul, good evening. We have 3 minutes for you.
Good evening. Good evening, Chairman. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Wendy Paul. I serve as the Executive Director of the Jersey City Apartment Owners Association. Its many members and myself appreciate the opportunity to speak this evening. I recognize that tonight is not an opportunity to discuss our opinion about the opposed ordinance, its proposed and unintended impacts on the residents of the city, and whether it is offered to actually help those in need of rental assistance or other purposes. These opinions will be expressed in a different forum. Rather, we recognize that the purpose of the meeting is limited to a consideration pursuant to New Jersey State Statute 4055D-26B, whether the ordinance as drafted is or is not consistent with Jersey City's master plan. We understand that whether the board makes a finding of consistency or inconsistency, the ordinance is still referred back to the City Council for consideration and a vote at that level. Given that this is a statutory obligation for specific consideration, the association felt it appropriate to retain the services of a licensed professional planner to provide some comments. Later on in the public comment, Mr. Gordon Gemma, who is not only a professional planner licensed in New Jersey, he is also an attorney admitted in 3 states, a past public official, as well as a developer who can provide a number of perspectives about the ordinance and its relationship to the master plan. Unless the board has any questions, I would like to ask that Mr. Gemma be allowed to speak and give his comments as well. Thank you very much for your time.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Paul. Matt, I don't mean to interrupt the queue, but I think may be appropriate to bring Mr. Gemma up right now.
Promoting Mr. Gemma.
Hi, Gordon. How you doing?
Very good. And yourself?
I'm doing all right. Since you're testifying tonight, I'll swear you in. Do you swear any testimony you give is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, can you? Thanks.
Gordon Gemma, apartment 2001, 255 Warren Street, Jersey City, New Jersey.
Thank you.
And I thank Chair and the board and the staff for the work. I think Matt did a great job, I think, of pointing out a lot of the concerns. I'm not going to focus any time on the ordinance. I think there are things to really look at in that context. And one of the things.
Mr. Gemma, if I could just stop you for 1 second. Are you testifying as an attorney tonight or just public?
No, I'm testifying as a licensed professional planner admitted in the state of New Jersey as a professional planner for and on behalf of the Jersey City Apartment Owners Association.
Okay, understood. And just for qualification purpose, we have qualified you in the past. Your license as a planner is current in the state of New Jersey tonight?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so we do recognize you as an expert in city planning.
Thank you.
Council, do we have a 3-minute time limit for Mr. Gemma?
Chairman, we do obviously at your discretion to relax the time limit. Mr. Gemma is a recognized expert in the field of planning. He is known to this board and he is commenting and is able to provide his opinion as a recognized expert in planning. So if the chair and the board feels the need to allow Mr. Gemma additional time, same would be appropriate, but it's in your discretion, Chairman.
Okay,
Chairman
thank you.
Langston, I will do something very odd. I will try to be brief.
I wish I had $1 for every time I heard that,
I
but
know that. I will try to be brief, but cutting to the
Understood.
chase. Cutting to the
And
chase.
that's
Matt did a-
fine. We'll
Thank you.
give you the time you need.
Thank you. Matt did a good job of pointing out some of the issues. And I think the board should take them into consideration. And I know the board isn't considering the tenant eviction ordinance, it hasn't been referred to it, but everything's got to be taken in context. And that's something you might want to consider. Do I have to take everything in context? Because the purpose tonight, in addition to making recommendations, is consistency. Is this ordinance, or is it not, consistent with the master plan? And one of the things in this ordinance that Matt, you had a colloquy about it, was how you define developer. Well, the problem is that developer has taken on a unique connotation, and it's not necessarily a positive one. But every property owner, whether they're a single family property owner or small owner who has a house and is renting up above or below under this ordinance, is now a developer. And you impact them by this ordinance. You have the colloquy about fire. What happens if the place burns down? Not obviously if it's caused by arson, that's an intentional act, and they should not be exempt from anything. But if I rent below, I rent above, and I'm not occupying the unit above or below, nevertheless, as drafted, you'll be impacted by a fee. You're trying to encourage people to rebuild, not discourage it. And those are the types of things I'm not going to go through now in detail. You brought it up. Rather, I'm going to do what the purpose is. And the purpose is looking at the master plan. The master plan is made up of various elements. There are two elements in particular that impact these types of ordinances. The first is the housing element. The housing element was adopted in 2019. And most of the housing element is a statement of facts. And there were other people here, and they all do a great job. The waterfront project does a great job. They're right. The master plan says that rents are less affordable in Jersey City. The master plan says that rent burdens are felt disproportionately in the downtown and Journal Square neighborhoods, and that rents for studios are not considered affordable anyplace. Right on point. But other than identify those types of needs, the housing element doesn't identify a program. 2022, last year, you adopted a land use element. A land use element has programs, and there were some specific programs. It also identified a principle for housing. And the principle for housing that in your master plan said, it is a principle to ensure the city's housing supply is balanced and meets the needs of all residents. And then it goes further on that it should increase housing for all residents, affordable, workforce, and marketplace. And that's what your master plan says you should be doing. And then it lays out recommendations. There are 3 recommendations how to achieve these goals. The first one is a set-aside requirement for new development. In your master plan, last month, I was in front of you wearing a different hat, getting an approval. And in that approval, in that project, it was a set-aside requirement. We had to build 15%. We did it. The other one is designation of affordable units with an existing housing stock through per unit buy down programs, a specific program that you said you should do. And the third one was preservation of naturally occurring affordable units. And then you talked about the inclusionary zoning ordinance. That's what you said. Those are the programs. And in fact, you go further in your master plan, you have in your land use element an implementation matrix. It's page 195 of your master plan land use element. And you talk about all the different ways that you should encourage the development of a variety of housing through set-aside programs, designation of buy-down programs, preservation. You talk about the adoption of an inclusionary zoning ordinance There was a reason you also talked about auxiliary units and accessory dwellings. Your master plan says that you should consider allowing accessory dwelling units in existing garages and carriage houses throughout the city, which provides the option for smaller and more affordable units. If you use the definition of affordable as denied, accessory unit, as discussed in your ordinance, which has to be a unit that's not attached, well, then a unit that's, you want an accessory in a garage or up above, well, you hit by the fee. So you have to ask yourself, does your master plan in the housing element, in the land use element adopted last year, recommend any place adoption of a residential development fee ordinance? And the answer is no. And in fact, if you adopted using certain definitions, you impact small individual property owners, you impact their ability to have CapEx improvements, you impact their ability to do just what your master plan says, have an accessory dwelling unit as a way to address affordable housing. Was the key here that you made a determination, not me, not anybody else, is that your master plan said, these are the programs that you should do to try to encourage the development of affordable housing. Nowhere does it say, and by the way, in your affordable housing matrix, should you put a fee in there? Nowhere does it say, should you take that money someplace into a pot and then use that for tenants? And I agree that tenants should be appropriately represented. The interesting thing, by the way, the anti-eviction ordinance doesn't apply to 2 and 3 family property owners, unit owners, but it does apply the fee to these same people. See, there's a lot of disconnect. And the concern that I have is not the policy. The policies are good and they should be thought out. The concern I have right now tonight is consistency. Are you not consistent with the language in your master plan? And as great as the policy may be, or may not be, we're not here to discuss policy. We're here to discuss consistency. So unless you can point to the master plan and say, here's where it said, put in a development fee. Here's where it said, create a plan for paying for right to counsel. It doesn't. And so you can't hold it to be consistent. You can make recommendations, you can do what you're doing, but in my opinion, as a planner, you've got to read the language, you got to call the balls and strikes for what they are. And if it says it doesn't have that language in there, you can't call it consistent. I think I did it, Chairman, for under 3 minutes.
Not even close.
Not even close.
Not even close.
No, as a lawyer and planner, we just can't count.
I know that. All right, Council, thank you. We appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
Matt, I do have a question on the master plan, if I could get that out now and get it out of the way.
Absolutely, Chairman.
So in no place in the master plan does it prohibit adopting any new ordinances to encourage affordable housing?
No, it does not.
Okay.
In fact, I would say that it supports and props up any opportunity to increase affordable housing as a way to balance our housing supply in Jersey City. I think it's needless to say that there's less market-driven affordable housing development, or very little market-driven affordable housing development, and it is through development fees such as these. Development fees like these that we can create a more balanced supply.
Okay, thank you, Matt. All right, let's continue on with public comment then.
All right. I think yes, I promoted Jake Efros.
Hi, Jake. How you doing? I'll swear you in if you can raise your right hand.
Sure thing.
Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name and give us your home address, please?
Yeah, my name is Jake Efros, Jakeepphros. I live at 147 New York Avenue here in Jersey City.
Thank you.
Mr. Efros, good evening. We have 3 minutes for you, sir.
All right, good evening, folks. Appreciate the discussion this evening and the consideration of the developer fee ordinance. I'm here to speak on that. I'm an organizer for housing and tenants' rights on behalf of the Right to Counsel campaign. I understand that we are focused on the spending plan this evening and not the ordinance for Right to Counsel itself. So I'd like to talk about the benefits of this spending plan, both for establishing a right to counsel, but also beyond. As has been discussed, this spending plan puts us in a position to raise millions and millions of dollars, not only for an Office of Right to Counsel, which is incredibly necessary for the eviction crisis that we're facing, as other speakers have already pointed out. But it also puts us in a position to raise 4 times that amount for the affordable housing, the rest of the Affordable Housing Trust. And one of the things that we have seen, our campaign has done a lot more talking to actual tenants who live in Jersey City rather than the corporate developers. I do have to admit, we've been a little biased in who we've talked to and whose concerns we've taken into consideration with this as a campaign. And in talking to tenants here in Jersey City, we've heard that people desire legal representation, but they also desire more affordable housing. And so this spending plan is consistent, it is legal, it is permissible, and it's the right thing to do to make sure that we can not only fund this new guarantee for legal representation for tenants, but also to make sure that we can have millions and millions more every single year from a modest fee on development for things like building new affordable housing, as has just been mentioned, for things like rental assistance programs. And our city council, our municipal government can get creative with some of the pockets of money within the Affordable Housing Trust and how to use that and how to address the housing crisis in Jersey City. And we're really looking forward to passing this alongside a strong right to counsel. So with that, I won't take up too much more time. I do just, of course, urge the planning board to move forward with the development fee ordinance as written, appreciating that there are some minor changes and minor flags that have been made to bring it to a vote as soon as possible before city council. Thanks all for the time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Efros. We appreciate your time. I don't usually do this, but we are way past our time where we do take a break. I do have a request to take a break. So if we could take 10 minutes real quick, and we'll come back at 7:50 and continue on with public comment. All right, let's come back to order again, everybody. And before we continue on with public comment, I do see Commissioner Cruz is here. David, were you here for the entire presentation? I didn't see when you came in.
I think he left, Chairman. He was in and out. I thought so. I
So he
saw him
answered-
come in.
He answered my question for me then. All right, I retract that question and let's continue on with public comment, please.
All right, promoted Will Fairhurst.
Hi, Will. I'll swear in before you speak. If you could raise your right hand.
Great.
Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, can you state, spell your name and give us your address, please?
Yes, my name is Will Fairhurst, W-I-L-L, last name F as in Frank, A-I-R-H-U-R-S-T. I'm here appearing on behalf of Fair Share Housing Center. Our address is 510 Park Boulevard in Cherry Hill, New Jersey.
Thanks.
Mr. Fairhurst, good evening. We have 3 minutes for you, sir.
Thank you. Good evening. Again, my name is Will Fairhurst. I'm an attorney with Fair Share Housing Center. About our organization, Fair Share Housing Center is a nonprofit advocacy organization that uses legal policy and community building strategies to ultimately dismantle decades of racial and economic discrimination in New Jersey and nationally that excludes people from the opportunity to live in safe, healthy, and affordable housing. So I want to first voice Fair Share's support for this ordinance, and I want to highlight a few points about the law, echoing some made by other presenters and commenters. Development fees are an incredibly commonplace policy in New Jersey and across the rest of America. There are literally hundreds of municipalities in New Jersey that have passed development fees, both residential and non-residential. A few examples include Edison, Woodbridge, Toms River, Hoboken, Clifton, Cherry Hill, Brick, Lakewood, and Union City, among many, many others. Across America, Chicago, Austin, Houston, Philadelphia, Seattle, also among many others, have passed residential and non-residential development impact fees. The law that's proposed in Jersey City ultimately has 2 components, non-residential fee and residential fee. Jersey City is already required to collect a non-residential fee under a state law, the New Jersey Statewide Non-Residential Development Fee Act. The purpose of this ordinance is not to authorize you to collect it. It is authorizing you to keep that money locally to serve your own low and moderate income residents. The new policy is collecting residential development impact fees. Now, I believe Jersey City has already made public commitments to work to maintain affordability. I just want to highlight that the purpose of this ordinance is to try to complement existing affordable housing policy in the city, not to interfere with it. So accordingly, any area that or any new development that is complying with an existing affordable housing set-aside law would not be charged a development fee. In addition, minor additions to small buildings, accessory dwelling units, all of these things that are part of a comprehensive strategy to promote affordable housing would not be subject to the fee. The purpose of this is to collect money to be held in trust for low and moderate income residents of the city. And I think conservative estimates is that it could provide tens of millions of dollars for affordable housing over the next decade. So ultimately, Fair Share Housing Center supports Jersey City joining the many, many other municipalities in the state that have chosen to employ this critical tool to produce and maintain affordable housing and ultimately keep people in their communities. And I thank you, and I welcome any questions that the board may have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Fairhurst. We appreciate your comments.
Promoting Reverend Chastain.
Hi, Reverend.
Good evening.
I just want to swear you in if you can raise your right hand. You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name and give us your address, please?
Sure. Ritney Castine, RITNEY CASTINE. And my address is 17 Broadman Parkway, Jersey City, New Jersey, 07305.
Thank you.
Reverend Castine, if I could put a pause on you for 1 second, I'm not going to start your time yet. Matt, we've lost Commissioner Green.
Yes, I recognize that. Let me see if she's in. Oh, she is.
Well, Matt, she had been in the participant part. Yeah, she is. She's back.
All right, we can proceed. I believe she's here now. Hello, Commissioner.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Darlene. And just let the record show, Commissioner Green is back and we held off on this testimony for her presence. Okay, Reverend, the floor is yours for 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you so much, Chairman and members of this board. Let me first note that I'm very thankful for this opportunity to be able to speak with you all tonight. My name is Brittany Castine, and I'm the pastor of Mount Pisgah Church here in Jersey City. Let me note that overall, I'm in favor of this work and that this is a very well-intentioned effort. I'm urging all of us to work through the various nuances and facets and that we'd be able to put the people first so that they can stay in their homes. On a personal note, I have worked for decades in public health policy, and other progressive policy movements that have ultimately made life better for people. And I'll be the first to admit that sometimes making people's lives better may cost business interests and even developers some money. But life and quality of life and not having the stressors of pending evictions might be worth the investment. Yeah, I've worked in Washington, D.C. and lived there for about 10 years around issues related to crime and safety and gentrification. And then, of course, in Louisiana, my beloved Louisiana, where I'm from, on issues related to rebuilding efforts after Hurricane Katrina and other storms. And truthfully, there are a few similarities about DC, Jersey City, and some cities across South Louisiana, like New Orleans. Similarities aren't necessarily when it comes to the impact of a generational natural disaster, but the similarities are more related to the displacement of Black and Brown folks, which I'm very concerned about. Census data is very jarring, and the housing situation here presents an affordability challenge that makes this city become out of reach for some people whose blood and sweat and tears built it, and whose culture makes it particularly attractive. The benefit, I'll tell you this, of being among the final speakers is that all of the hard stuff and technicalities have been addressed by people who've come before me. So I'll wrap up my thoughts with this. It's already been said that this city, this area, is among the most expensive in the country. And so as a pastor, I feel that impact on a daily basis, from hearing from people as it relates to their rental issues, from providing direct assistance to help folks meet rent, to working the phone lines with landlords, public officials, and rental offices. It's tough out here for folks. And if news reports are to be believed, then there may be a recession on the horizon, and they may even have even tougher times ahead. So I'm sure you've seen this ordinance, you know its various facets, but let's work through this. Let's work together and keep moving this ordinance further. We know that based on this ordinance, that this money will be used for the production and maintenance of affordable housing and keeping people in their communities, which I believe is well worth the effort. So good evening again, and thank you so much for your time.
All right. Thank you, Reverend. We appreciate your time.
Promoting Pam Johnson.
Hi, Pam. You just got on mute.
I'm sorry about that. Good evening.
No worries. And let me just swear in before you speak. If you could raise your
Sure.
right hand. Do you swear any testimony you get tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
And for the record, can you state and spell your name and give us your home address, please?
sure. Pamela Johnson, Pamela Johnson, 383 Princeton Avenue, Jersey City, New Jersey.
Thank you.
You're
Yeah,
welcome.
good evening. Always a pleasure.
Good
It's good to
evening.
see
Good
you,
evening.
but we do only have 3 minutes for you.
Absolutely. I'm going to try to wrap up a little sooner. I like to get to the point. So thank you for welcoming me and having me this evening. So my name is Pamela Johnson. I am a lifelong resident of Ward A. I own a property here, a small property. I also run the Anti-Violence Coalition of Hudson County. And we work with a lot of individuals who live in neighborhoods where, you know, affordability is not present. And this will change things. And I feel like, you know, I heard a lot of speakers and there were some great things said, and, you know, some things that kind of I didn't really understand, because I know that Jersey City, you know, we're trying to keep Jersey City affordable with this ordinance, and, you know, the master plan also speaks of that. So this is a big tool to move that forward and do what's right. I know the majority of the clients that we serve all have issues around affordability. I just said that, but I want to reiterate that because it does exist and it's a huge problem. And, you know, having this will bring tens of millions of affordable housing over the next decade. You know, the money will be used for the production and maintenance of affordable housing and keeping people in their communities. And a lot of people that I'm talking about are the people who are born and raised here and who want to stay in this community. People have been outpriced, they have left, they are not going to return, and that broke, you know, decades of, you know, family and you know, raising of kids and bonding with a village of people who could no longer stay in their communities. And so I just don't want to see that happen. And, you know, I hope that that came across with not just myself, but everyone else, and that, you know, folks can do the right thing here. The Reverend said it best. We're talking about people and we want to make sure we protect them. Thank you.
All right, Pam, thanks for your time. We appreciate it. All right, is there anybody else from public that wants to comment on this application? Once again, you can raise your hand. If you're calling in and you want to comment, please press *9 to raise your hands.
Your Chair, I see no more public, so I move to close the public portion.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. All right, Matt, do you have anything else you want to add before we move to a motion?
No, I'll just echo again that staff has found that this ordinance is consistent with the master plan. Again, this is in chapter, this is not in the LDO. And is instead in chapter, one moment, chapter 160 of the municipal code. And out of an abundance of caution, they had referred this to us. We prepared this report, and according to my tally, we're adding the accessory dwelling unit definition, and we are going to add some annotation regarding the word unappealable and have them recommend a legal analysis on what that means, or to at least seek to clarify it on the record, if not in the final draft of the ordinance.
And also, Matt, if we could just make sure we flag that striking of fire and have that discussion as well.
Sure, I'll add that as well, and we're going to try to get a copy of the transcript, if not the recording, over to the council for their review.
Great. All right, thank you. We appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
Mr.
Motion. With that, I'd like to make a motion to accept and approve as presented today the review and discussion of Council Ordinance 23-029, commonly referred to as the Development Fees Ordinance, to raise funds for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund pursuant to state laws, referred to Planning Board by Council Resolution 23-287, and with the additional 3 annotations noted by Matt, and forward to City Council with a favorable recommendation.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded for approval and forward to City Council with positive recommendation.
And Chairman, that it's consistent with the master plan, I'm sure is what Vice Chair wanted to include.
Thank you. Let the record note that, please.
Okay, Vice Chair Dr. Gonzalez.
I like this. I think this ordinance is something that we had that we should have been doing. It's time for it, and I think it's going to be good for the city. I think it's going to be good for the people of Jersey City. I do agree that it is consistent with the master plan, although Mr. Gemma's testimony was very well taken. I do not agree totally with him that it is inconsistent with the master plan. I agree that it is consistent, especially with chapter 160 of the municipal code as stated before. So I am happy to vote aye.
Commissioner Gangadin,
I just want to thank the public for coming out and for their comments this evening. I want to thank the councilman for Ward E, Councilman Solomon and Matt for that detailed presentation in preserving the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. This ordinance is consistent with the master plan, and so my vote is aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai,
I'm so happy this is in favor of affordable housing. And
Doctor, I don't think we can hear you.
I can hear her. Just try to speak up, Dr. Desai.
I just want to make sure her comments get on the record.
so this is good for people of Jersey City, which is so important to us, and affordability is so important to us. So I vote aye.
Commissioner Green,
This is a no thinker, definitely aye.
Commissioner Lipsky,
Yeah, so I fundamentally believe that societies have a moral obligation to help in areas that are in need. And we've seen that throughout our great city with things such as a payroll tax to help the schools, an open trust fund to help with open space and greening and trees, art and culture trust fund that we assess fees to people who can pay. And the case has been made, I mean, that the residents those who were tenants, and it's been said here a couple of times at least, that only about 3% of them seem to be able to defend themselves in court. And I'm a firm believer in fairness and giving people the opportunity to have their voices heard. So I vote wholeheartedly aye.
and Chairman Langston.
Yeah, so I want to thank Councilman Solomon for bringing this to City Council and also to us out of an abundance of caution. And Matt, thank you for your work on this. I know a lot went into this. I am going to say for the record that I do think this is a great ordinance. But I'm going to stick to the consistency with the master plan. We did raise a few questions that I think City Council can discuss, make changes, not make changes, that's up to them. But I think on the whole, this does comply with the master plan. I think it promotes the goals and objectives of the master plan as far as access to affordable housing and expansion of affordable housing. Development fees are nothing new. I don't believe they've ever been challenged as far as master plan consistency. So we're simply expanding development fees. So I don't think that poses any detriment to the master plan of this city. And I think that being said, I'm going to stay in my lane on everything else. And I'm going to recommend this to City Council with a favorable review. And it is consistent with the master plan.
Motion carries, all in favor.
Okay, thank you, everybody. All right, let's move on to item 10 is case P23-080. This is the review and discussion of amendments to the chapter 345-31 of the Land Development Ordinance regarding applications and checklists to make the zoning determination letter required upon staff request. This was proposed by city planning staff, and formal action may be taken tonight.
Good evening, Chair. This is a kind of just a formality. Because on our checklist, we have a requirement for a zoning determination letter. The only way for us to change it is through ordinance. The MLUL does not require a zoning determination letter if the applicant knows that they need to go to a board. So we've always had it on our checklist, but it is not a legal requirement. And now that I have taken over for the zoning officer, the the amount of zoning determination letter requests for things that I know are going to be so well properly vetted by our fantastic professional planning staff is unnecessary. So at the planner's request is a simple little caveat to help everybody out, including myself.
All right, thanks, Tanya. I have no questions. Anybody else?
Nope.
No.
Okay, so let's open it up for public comment. If anybody from the public has a question or comment on this application, please raise your hand. If you're calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hands.
Mr. Chair, no public seen. I move to close.
Second.
All right, motion made and seconded. Public is closed. Tanya, obviously, we have your recommendation and we do have a stellar city planning staff, so I'll move to a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion at this time to accept and approve as presented today the review and discussion of amendments to the Chapter 345-31 of the Land Development Ordinance regarding applications and checklists to make the zoning determination letter required upon staff request. This was proposed by city planning staff and forward with a favorable recommendation to City Council.
Second.
Okay, motion made and seconded for approval.
All right, I'll do the roll for you there, Tanya. Vice Chair Dr. Gonzalez,
Aye.
Commissioner Gangadin,
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai,
Aye.
Commissioner Green,
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky,
I vote aye for our city and to help Tanya out.
and Chairman Langston.
This is what I'm talking about. Matt took the roll call. That is a stellar city planning staff, and obviously I'm going to vote aye. I can't believe this wasn't in the ordinance to begin with, but I'm going to vote aye.
Motion carries all in favor, and after this meeting, I'm gonna roll out my bed under my desk, wake up in the morning.
Congratulations there, Matt.
All right, let's move on to item 11 is case P23-058 is the review and discussion of amendments to the Green Village redevelopment plan. These amendments include the expansion of the redevelopment plan boundaries, rezoning areas that are currently R1 and or R3 districts. Formal action may be taken tonight.
So I'm going to share my screen. Nope. Stopped. Let's try that again. Okay, how about now?
We got it.
Perfect. I will be brief and exact so it's clear what we are proposing. We are proposing the expansion of the Greenville redevelopment plan. Currently, what you're seeing in front of you, Zone A is the existing plan as it is today. We are proposing the expansion of Zone B and Zone C, so we're going west. I will explain both of those zones to you, and additionally some amendments that we are making on the floor tonight. For Zone A, this was a slip up by me. The way Zone A is written, or what is the existing zoning right now, is very similar to R1, except that it permits 3 units on an 1,800 square foot lot. So in order to keep it clean, we are tying it to the bulk standards in the R1, which we hope to amend in the next couple months anyway, and putting in a density standard. It really changes nothing. It just uses different standards to kind of streamline it. So the red here are the floor amendments that I'm asking for this evening. The language that you're seeing before you is the language that's actually in the plan, and the red are the words I'm adding. Again, that's bulk standards. And we're adding the density standard of 73 units an acre, which is 3 units on an 1,800 square foot lot. Zone B, we are going to be using RC3. We're proposing that RC3 zoning be used for that zone. I also need to express the caveat that this, because it is a zone amendment, and it is an upzoning, it does trigger the inclusionary zoning ordinance. So any project that utilizes zone B will have to include the inclusionary requirement, which right now this area is zoned for 10%. Just a reminder, quick refresh of what RC3 is. It's primarily residential. It's 4 stories. It's 80 units an acre. R3 right now really lives in what is known as the village area downtown. And that's pretty much the height and the density for what's in that area, in the Bergen Avenue area right now. Just a quick refresh again on the parking. It's 0.3 spaces per bedroom, which is very standard for what we've been proposing in the last year. Zone 3, which is the furthest west, closest to the light rail station. We're keeping the base zoning, which is the R3 zoning. But we're adding a bonus level to it. So if a person wanted to develop here, they can still use the R3 zoning. But if they want to have access to the higher zoning, they of course need to include the inclusionary zoning requirement. The zoning right now is R3. I should add that. Along with a construction of a 10-foot wide sidewalk along Orient Avenue to Halsted, which would basically provide safe pedestrian access down to the light rail. If you've been down that block or near the school, it's not the school, it's the headquarters, the administrative building, you know that the sidewalk is a mess. There's asphalt where the sidewalk is, there's cars on the sidewalk. And so one of the first things we saw when we were looking at this is if we're going to be utilizing this for more density, which is a recommendation of the master plan to rezone these areas along these corridors and to put more density along light rail, then we really have to provide safe passage for pedestrians to utilize the transportation. Below is a map. The green lines, I know it's not that dark or bold, are showing you where exactly those lines would be. And so if you utilize the bonus, you would have to consolidate the lot that you're seeing before you, or the picture, the graphic that you're seeing. The letters A, B, C, D, and E each refer to a side. Because of where the site is and because of trying to be sensitive to the buildings around it and to provide a building that's more contextual, we have various setbacks for each side. And so all of the numbers on the bottom right of your screen, side A, side B, side D, E, all correlate to that graphic. Again, I have some of the red up here because after a conversation that we had with the developers professionals this afternoon, we made some revisions based on those things. And part of it was because we weren't taking into consideration the extreme slope of the site. Now, of course, we were always taking it into consideration, but we sometimes forget that when, like say, for example, a site that might be 15 stories on Kennedy, but the slope is so extreme when it goes west that it actually winds up being 16 stories west, but it comes out to 15 stories along Kennedy Boulevard. The building is still 16 stories in zoning. You could say it's 15 and 16, but when we're looking at it from a very specific zoning perspective, it's 16. So those were some of the changes that we made. Those are numbers in regards to just kind of the setbacks. And again, those setbacks are contextual to the existing buildings that are there and to Kennedy Boulevard. I am removing the maximum number of dwelling units, and that's because we have a maximum FAR. And the more I do this with redevelopment plans, the more I find that maximum number of units and FAR and density standards become redundant, and then we wind up before you asking for redevelopment plan amendments. So the FAR is really what the intensity standard is here. We're trusting that the developer will build a reasonable mix of units, but the affordable units, again, are controlled by UHAC. And so that bedroom type, that income restriction is all done by UHAC. So those units will be controlled by that. And that is really kind of the nuts and bolts of the plan. I don't have anything else. If you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them. Otherwise, that's really the gist of it.
All right, thanks, Tanya. I don't have any questions. It's very straightforward as far as I'm concerned. Anybody else? Any questions?
Nope.
Okay, thank you,
No.
everybody. So at this time, let's open it up for public comment. Anybody that wants to comment on this application, please raise your hands. If you're calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hands.
Do no members of the public wishing to speak?
We do have one.
You, Abe.
It always happens to you, Steve.
Promoting Abe Hidayah.
Here.
Hi, Abe.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing all right. I see you. I hear you. I just want to swear you in. If you can raise your right hand.
Sure.
Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name and give us your home address, please?
Abe Hidayah, and I'm not a resident of Jersey City, but I do own a few of the adjacent properties in Zone C to relative to this project.
Mr. Hidayah, good evening. We have 3 minutes for you, sir.
Sure. I'm not going to take that much time. I just had a quick question. I just wanted to know, was there any consideration to changing parking requirements for properties within this redevelopment plan relative to standard R3 zoning, given its proximity to the light rail station? I know that some adjacent redevelopment zones have modified parking requirements for that reason, and I know the reason we're pushing for more, or the city's pushing for more density here is the proximity to the light rail. So that was just my question there.
All right, thank you, sir. Tanya, do you want to address?
I believe the parking standard for the R3 is 0.3 per bedroom. Is that accurate, Matt, or is it 0.25? Because of my laptop, it's a little difficult for me to just pull things up pretty quickly, but seeing that Matt's at a.
If there are other questions, why don't we continue and I will confirm that in the meantime.
Okay, Mr. Hidayah, anything else?
No, that was my only question.
Okay, we'll get that answered for you though, sir.
Sure,
All right.
thank you.
Is there anybody else from public that wants to comment on this application? Please raise your hand. If you're calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hand.
Go ahead, Commissioner
Seeing
Lipsky.
nobody. Thank you, Doctor. Seeing nobody from the public wishing to speak at this time, I motion to close the public section.
All right, so I'm referencing
We do need, Matt, we're in a motion. Let me just get a second and we'll
Second.
get right back to you.
all right.
Okay, motion made and seconded. Public is closed. Matt, go ahead.
Sorry about that. So the parking standards in R3 are such for lots that are less than 37 feet in width, off-street parking is not required, so there's no minimum. For residential uses on lots that are 37 feet wide or greater, the minimum parking requirement is 0.3 spaces per bedroom.
Okay, thank you, Matt.
Mhm.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion then.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve and accept as presented today the review and discussion of amendments to the Green Villa redevelopment plan. These amendments include the expansion of the redevelopment plan boundaries, rezoning areas that are currently R1 and or R3 districts, and forward to City Council with a favorable recommendation for formal adoption.
Second.
Okay, motion made and seconded for approval.
All right, I'll do the roll again. Vice Chair, Dr. Gonzalez,
Aye.
Commissioner Gangadin,
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai,
Aye.
Commissioner Green,
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky,
Aye.
and Chairman Langston.
Yeah, I do agree with the changes. I think there's no detriment to the master plan, and it definitely reaches the goals and objectives of the master plan. So I'm going to vote aye.
Motion carries, all in favor.
Okay, thank you. Let's call case P23-015 is the report designating the Fayette Avenue study area as an area in need of rehabilitation. Formal action may be taken.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen once more for you tonight. So the study area that you see is before you right now. It is right along not the light rail corridor, but the heavy rail corridor. The existing zoning right now is primarily R3 with some in the R1. Council passed a resolution. Let me see if I can, there we go. On February 8th, 2023, authorizing the planning board to conduct the study to be designated. It was clear in it that it would be designated as area in need of rehabilitation, not redevelopment. Study areas west of Journal Square. It's mainly commercial, industrial, and surface parking. And it is adjacent to Tunnelly Avenue. And there are some, let me step back for a second. There are some 1 and 2 family buildings in the mix, but not within the specific study area. There is a overview of the site that you can kind of see, or at least the study area. Again, most of it is in the R3 zoning, except this one site that's in the R1, but it's a little bit of an anomaly. I'll come right back. So you can see over here that it is just a building and surface parking, commercial building and surface parking. To reiterate for the record, the criteria for meeting the determination for rehabilitation. Rehabilitation is undertaking, provides that, let me step back for a second, there we go. According to NJSA 40A 12A 14, local housing redevelopment law provides that a delineated area or the entire area of a municipality may be determined to be an area in need of rehabilitation if the governing body determined by resolution that a program of rehabilitation may be expected to prevent further deterioration and promote the overall development of the community, and that there exists in any area the following conditions. 1, a significant portion of the structures are in a deteriorated or substandard condition. 2, more than half of the housing stock in the area is at least 50 years old. 3, there's a pattern of vacancy, abandonment, underutilization of properties. 4, there's a persistent or average, that's a tricky one, sorry, property tax payments on properties in the area. 5, environmental contamination is disturbing improvements and investments in the property. And 6, the one that I think we're the most familiar with, the majority of water and sewer infrastructure in the delineated area is at least 50 years old and in need of repair and substantial maintenance. So the criteria that we use for the study area, primarily 1, 3, and 6, kind of showing that significant area of the structures are deteriorated in substandard condition. Underutilization mainly primarily because they're industrial commercial within next to, again, transit-oriented development, buildings that are close to heavy rail path, and also the homes. And the more common one, again, that we use along with the MUA letter here is that the MUA certifies that the majority of the water and sewer infrastructure are at least 50 years old and need to be rehabilitated. And really kind of that's the nuts and bolts of it. Again, this is master plan called out. This line along this area in the Fayette area and Broadway, along with the one that we just read into the record for Green Villa, to be redeveloped along these light rail, heavy rail lines, and to have more transit-oriented development. And I think the way to do it is through rehabilitation, kind of cohesive program. And that's it for me.
Okay, thanks, Tanya. I have no questions. Anybody else?
No.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, let's open it up for public comment. If anybody's here from the public that wants to comment on this application, please raise your hand. If you're calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hand.
Chairman,
So I'll move to close the public portion.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. Tanya, we have your recommendation already, so I'll move to a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to accept and approve as presented today, the review and discussion of amendments. I'm sorry, the report designating the Fayette Avenue study area as an area in need of rehabilitation, and forward to City Council with a favorable recommendation for formal adoption.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded for favorable recommendation.
Vice Chair, Dr. Gonzalez,
Aye.
Commissioner Gangadin,
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai,
I,
Commissioner Green,
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky,
Aye.
and Chairman Langston.
Yeah, I do agree with staff's assessment. This does meet the criteria to designate the Fayette Ave study area as an area of rehabilitation, and there's no inconsistency with the master plan here, so I'm going to vote aye.
Motion carries, all in favor.
Okay, thank you. Let's call case P22-125 as a conditional use for a Class 5 cannabis retailer for 481 Central Avenue.
Okay. Dante. Promoting Dante Alfieri.
Does everyone hear me?
We can, Council.
Thank you, Chairman. Good
Yeah.
evening, Chairman.
I'm
members of
sorry.
the board. Go ahead.
If you could just, the rest of your team, if they could just raise their hands, that would be helpful. Thank you. I'm sorry, sir. You may proceed. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Good evening, Chairman, members of the board. Dante Alfieri on behalf of the applicant. As the chairman stated, we're here seeking the board's approval for a Class 5 cannabis retailer. The property is located at 581 Central Avenue. This is a conditional use. I have two individuals available for testimony tonight. We have Greg Korn, who is our architect, if there is any architectural questions. I also have our consultant who's going to provide testimony as it relates to the conditional use, Mr. Farnham, who's going to provide the majority of the testimony. This is an existing structure. There are, I believe, residential units above, and then we are looking for the cannabis retail to be inserted on the first floor of the building. So without further ado, I'd like to call my first witness, Mr. Farnham.
And counsel, just before we get witness testimony, I am in receipt of an affidavit of publication proof of mailing with respect to the application. I've had the opportunity to review it. The matter has been carried from a prior meeting, so Chairman, we can mark it for purposes of the record as A1.
All right, thank you, Council.
Thank you, Council. Mr. Farnham, you're on mute.
My apologies.
No
Hello,
problem.
council members.
How's it going,
Thank
Michael?
you.
Let me just swear you in before you speak, all right? If you could raise your right hand.
Yep.
You swear any testimony you give tonight is gonna be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name and just let us know that you are not currently driving a car?
I am not currently driving a car. I'm sitting in a car. And my name is Michael Farnham, MICHAEL FARNUM.
Thank you.
I live at 7 Ram Island Farm Road, Cape Elizabeth, Maine. And I'm here today to speak on behalf of Lifted Visions, adult use cannabis retail, proposed adult use cannabis retail for Jersey City. We are here today. Sorry. Oh, sorry. Back up. So we are an adult use retail facility at 481 Central Ave in Jersey City. We will need to do some light renovations to the building to allow for these uses. This will include no structural changes, only an addition of an alarm system, some break glass, a video recording monitoring system with 90-day backup supply, all compliance necessities in regards to inventory control with our vault access and access control to the building, as well as we would like to update the building's lighting and signage to create a safer and more welcoming environment for our proposed use of the building. Lifted Visions has plans for a 750 square foot retail storefront at 481 Central Avenue in Jersey. This location will serve as the dispensary's Lifted Visions dispensing channel and face of the brand. The storefront is targeted not only at carrying high-quality marijuana, but also presenting a diverse product offering and a mix of accessories and complementary products and chic and comprehensive brand strategy. While the majority of the retail space will carry cannabis products and cater to customers' needs, we will dedicate space to accessories, educational materials, and other non-cannabis products to present a cohesive opportunity to satisfy most customers' needs. At no point is any person under the age of 21 allowed in the premises, and we plan on only acting as a retailing, so we won't have any open product at the facility. All product will be purchased through wholesale distribution, following the New Jersey compliance model, and all product will be housed and kept in opaque child-proof packaging that is marked with the compliant notifications of THC content, SKU content, the volume of content, and all necessary state markings. We will also include in our HVAC system a two-stage part of odor and smell control, using both HEPA filters and activated charcoal filters to help reduce any smells. We don't foresee any type of real smell, as we're not a cultivation or manufacturing facility, and we will strictly be receiving product that has already been packaged in its child-proof packaging. As I stated in the beginning, we won't have any large changes to the building other than some small updates to the lighting and the signage. And I'm happy to answer any further questions.
Okay, thank you, sir. I have no questions. Anybody else?
No.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Council, anything else from you?
I just wanted to point out that Mr. Farnham went through his testimony, but I wanted to just be clear that we do comply with the conditional requirements for this particular use in the zone. I'm not sure if you would like to have Mr. Korn testify, if you have any questions with regards to the actual architectural design on the interior. As Mr. Farnham noted, we are not proposing any exterior real modifications beyond just a quick facelift and for lighting and signage.
Since we are a planning board, I feel like we should get some kind of architectural testimony here.
Sure, that's why we have him here tonight.
I think we could be brief, but you know, let's at least hear it, see it, let the
Thank you,
public.
Chairman. Mr. Korn, could you unmute yourself to be sworn in?
Sure.
Hi, Greg. You can raise your right hand. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name, please?
Gregory Ian Korn, GREGORYIANKORN.
Thank you.
Mr. Korn, good evening. I don't think we've qualified you in the past, have we?
You have, yes. I've been on a couple other cannabis hearings, both of which were approved. But I'm again here. Hello.
Okay, and your license as an architect is current with the state of New Jersey tonight?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're qualified again. I apologize not recognizing you.
It's okay.
We see so many of these cannabis applications.
Understood. As the team has mentioned, you know, this is a small retail space. Is it possible to present the plan? I could go through it perhaps just briefly, or would you like me to present it or someone else? I have it here on my screen if that's.
Sure, if you could share your screen, that would be great.
Okay. Okay, so I'm not sure if everyone can see it now.
We can, yes.
This
Yes,
is
we
the just move this over. Okay, so this is the cover page, our typical cover sheet showing the site plan, project information, zoning information, all of which have been summarized. Also a nice front view and kind of lateral views of the storefront and building. Interesting building architecturally with these kind of twin kind of projections as you can see on the left side, there is a parking lot that is not part of the property. And on the right setback, another building not part of the property. Our storefront is on the left side, and it's a two store retail storefront. On the site plan, as you can see on the cover sheet here, the retail space is this smaller of the two spaces. Again, like I said, this is one of the smaller cannabis shops that we've worked on, showing then also the existing demo plan. Really, the extent of architectural work on the interior is really just to upgrade the restroom. That was something I advised the client on, and as we go into the permit drawing portion of the project and getting the project executed, I thought it would be a good idea. Basically, it's the law. Federal disability access guidelines as well as building code. So as you can see in the improved plan, we have basically going from the front of the space to the rear, we have the retail area with display shelving on either side. As you walk in, point of sale, counter, and the sales area where the sales staff stands behind, a small vault, and then the restroom, which, as we know nowadays, takes up a large amount of space, but certainly for a small shop like this. But that is a commitment that the ownership of the business has made, I believe, in good faith. So that's pretty much the plan. We also provide a lighting plan in the schematic design to our clients, but I understand that's probably the interior lighting is not of interest to the planning board. Again, also the elevations showing the storefront, the signage. Basically what we have is a steel panel sign on the facade and storefront signage graphics behind the window, totaling under 20 square feet of signage. That's pretty much the project. If anyone has any questions?
Okay, thank you, sir. Is there any illuminated signage?
The storefront signage, I believe, is not illuminated. No, it's vinyl letters as described here. That's the plan we've submitted.
Okay, the only thing we do ask, if there is any illumination in the future, that illumination is only active during business hours.
No objection, Chairman.
Okay, great, thank you. Those are my only questions. Anybody else?
And Chairman, I don't think we have a colorized version of this. I just want to mark this as A2, 5-page colorized plans, and if the applicant can provide this to staff, that would be appreciated.
Yes, we will.
Great. So A2 is a colorized version. Okay, anybody else? Any questions?
No.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Corn. We appreciate your time.
Thank you. Good evening.
Council, is that your presentation?
Yes, Chairman.
Okay, thank you, sir. So at this time, let's open it up for public comment. Anybody from the public, if you'd like to comment, please raise your hand. If you're calling in, you can press *9.
Chair, I had a question to council
Sure, go ahead.
before we public. So is this dispensary being located on a block where there are other dispensaries?
Do not believe so.
Okay. Because I know there's a ton of them on Central Avenue, and there is municipal code, and so we're not sure, or we're certain that there are no other dispensaries on this
Now,
block.
my understanding is we're compliant with the regulation with the 600 feet requirement.
Matt, do you concur with that?
Yeah, so there is a concurrent retailer applicant. We approved at 447 Central Avenue. There is a staff map also provided on the data portal. I'm just gonna stop your sharing there, sir. But it is not in existence yet. So we staff has concluded that they are compliant with the zoning ordinance as adopted.
But this is, I mean, this is a neighborhood commercial, right? District,
That is correct.
right? So I don't believe the 600 feet applies, but I think it's two or more on the same block.
No, they're not a micro business. We confirmed that with the applicant, so they do have to comply with 600 feet.
Okay,
None exist yet.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Question answered, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. So once again, let's open it up for public comment. Anybody from the public, if you'd like to comment on this application, please raise your hand. If you're calling in, you can press star 9.
Seeing.
Chair, see no more public. I wish to close the public portion.
Second.
Okay, motion made and seconded. Closed. Matt, do you have any recommendations?
Yes, we have 5 staff recommendations that are outlined in our staff memo dated March 13th, 2023. I don't know, has the applicant been able to review those and
Yes, Mr. Ward, we've reviewed those and we have no issue with complying.
okay. And just to further some of the testimony I gave in response to Commissioner Lipsky's question, it was confirmed that no permits were yet pulled at the 447 Central Avenue application, also known as P22-071, at the time that this application was deemed complete. And they are in compliance with our zoning ordinance.
Okay, thank you, Matt. So I'll entertain a motion.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P22-125 was presented to the board this evening for approval together with staff recommendation and conditions.
Second.
Okay, motion made and seconded for approval.
Vice Chair Dr. Gonzalez,
I will abstain.
Commissioner Gangadin,
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai,
Aye.
Commissioner Green,
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky,
Aye.
and Chairman Langston.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-4 and 1 abstention.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the board. We appreciate your time tonight.
Thank you, Council. We appreciate it. All right, I am going to jump over to item 23, but after that, we'll get back on track. I'm going to call case P22-085 as a conditional use for 324 to 326 Central Avenue.
Promoted Stephen Jones.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for taking us out of order. William Weckenman is our architect this evening. Stephen Joseph, Sano Quigley Chirami for the applicant. While we get Will promoted, brief introduction here. So 326 Central, property address actually changed during the pendency of the application. It's also known as 324.5 Central Avenue. This is located in the Central Avenue block 2901 zone. I didn't even know this zone existed in the city before this application. And this application was submitted way back in on October 25th, 2022. That's important because prior to submission of this application, these sorts of applications were being processed in a different way. As the board may remember, the applications went to the planning board first and then to CCB. After this application was submitted, they had to go to CCB first and then come back here. So we went to CCB, got approval on November 14th, 2022. We're now back in front of you guys for the second step. Reason why all that is important is because during all that time, there was another cannabis application that went through the first part of that process prior to April 25th, 2022, and they got permits. And there is another cannabis retailer within 600 feet. But the time of the application rule comes into play here because our application was in and deemed complete prior to that other location opening. We do satisfy that condition. And if you read Matt's memo, he does talk about that briefly in there. But I wanted everyone to be aware of that right off the bat. We do meet all the conditions of approval. And Matt has a great checklist that he puts in these memos. Will is going to walk you through the plans briefly, so you understand what the space is. It's a tenant fit out in an existing building, no new construction here. So let's get Will sworn in.
All right, thank you, counsel. And before we do that, Matt, can we confirm that no permits were pulled for I believe it's 138 Griffith, if I'm not mistaken?
And I
That
also
is
forgot
correct.
notices.
That is correct. I believe that they have since pulled permits, but we have deemed that this applicant was deemed complete prior to that.
Okay,
So they would be considered, yeah, and they would be considered a
rules in effect.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So
Oh.
let's get to notice, and then we'll bring Mr. Weckerman up.
So Chairman, I am in receipt of an affidavit of publication proof of mailing with respect to the application. It's been carried multiple meetings now to this evening. All does appear to be in order, so we can mark that as A1 for the record.
All right, thank you, counsel.
All right, I'll swear you in.
Alright.
Will. If you could raise your right hand.
Yep.
Swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
And for the record, can you spell your name, please?
Sure, it's William Weckenman, last name spelled Weckenmann.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Weckerman, good evening. We've qualified you in the past, and your license is current tonight?
Yes, it is. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're qualified.
Thank you. I'll just share my screen here. Okay. So as Steve mentioned, this project is an interior tenant fit out of an existing commercial space. The property is located on the eastern side of Central Avenue. And we have a photographs of the exterior front of the building as well as the rear. Immediately adjacent to this property is a municipal parking lot, which bounds the building on the side and rear property lines. So as a result, the only site improvements that we're proposing are at the rear of the building, where there's an existing concrete loading platform and retaining wall abutting the parking lot. We're proposing the installation of an outdoor bike rack for the dispensary, as the building program does not allow for interior bike storage. We're also proposing repairs to this concrete loading platform. So moving on, we have some additional site photos here. This is the side of the building, looking from the parking lot. And then we have an additional photo of the rear loading platform. The commercial space is currently vacant, which is shown here on the upper plan. Just to orient everybody, Central Avenue is on the left-hand side, and the parking lot and loading platform that I previously discussed is towards the right-hand side of the plan. We are proposing storefront improvements along Central Avenue. So the plan is to install a new storefront and entry door for the space. Just quickly, we have a vestibule and a waiting area towards the front of the space as you first enter from Central Avenue. We have a security checkpoint and the main dispensary retail space towards the center of the plan. Towards the rear of the building, we have secure storage, a vault, and other support spaces. We also have a refuse storage closet towards the back of the building. The plan is for refuse to be removed once a week and disposed of in accordance with all federal and state regulations by a certified waste disposal company. Moving on to the elevations.
We have the existing conditions towards the top of the screen and the proposed conditions towards the bottom. As I discussed previously, we are removing the existing storefront as well as the existing awning and signage that currently exists on the building. This is the Central Avenue elevation. We're not proposing many changes to the rear facade. It's going to remain as is. Here we have the proposed Central Avenue elevation indicating the new storefront as well as the signage. We're proposing a backlit aluminum channel letters for the sign, as well as a blade sign for the space. In addition to the storefront improvements and lighting, we are proposing that the existing stucco be repaired as required to make the front of the building, give a uniform appearance to the front of the building. We're also proposing those same stucco repairs towards the back of the building, as well as some additional lighting for security purposes towards the rear, of the space. One other item worth mentioning is that there's an existing rooftop unit that serves the commercial space. That unit will be removed and replaced with a new package unit, which will not be visible from the street. We're also proposing a bank of carbon filters and HEPA filters as part of this unit to assist with the odor mitigation. Moving on, we have the existing and the proposed side elevation. Again, no real improvements to the side of the building aside from any repair work that is necessary for the stucco. And you can also see the rooftop unit and then some of the signage that we're proposing along Central Avenue. And then finally, we have our last slide is our material page indicating the proposed materials and specifications for storefront and the signage, as well as the lighting. So that concludes my testimony. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Will. And that is our only expert this evening. I know this board has seen dozens of these already, so we could certainly go into more detail on any aspect if the board would like.
Okay, thank you, Council. Mr. Weckerman, are there, I'm sorry, I might have missed it. Were there illuminated signs on the outside of the building? Yes, the signs are backlit. We're proposing backlit channel letters. Okay, so Council, I would ask for a condition that those signs only be illuminated during business hours.
Absolutely.
Okay, that is my only question. Anybody else?
No.
Okay, thank you, Council. We appreciate your time.
Great, thank you. And we of course accept the conditions in Matt's staff report as well.
Great. Okay, at this time, let's open it up for public comment. Anybody from the public, if you'd like to comment on this application, please raise your hand. If you're calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hand.
Seeing no members.
Chair, seeing no more public, I would like to close the public portion.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion made and seconded. Public is closed. Matt, do you have anything else you want to add?
As stated earlier on the record, there was a concurrent retailer applicant at 138 Griffith Street, P 22-064. At the time this application was deemed complete, they had not yet pulled permits. I believe they have since, but this applicant, due to the time of application and their completeness date, they comply with our zoning ordinance. And they've already put on the record that they have reviewed and will comply with staff conditions. I'm here if you have any other questions.
Okay, thank you, Matt. I have none. Anybody else for Matt?
No.
All right, I'll entertain a motion then.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P 22-085 as presented to the board this evening, together with staff recommendation and conditions.
Okay, we have a motion for approval. Do I have a second? Okay, a motion and a second for approval.
All right, Vice Chair, Dr. Gonzalez,
I will abstain.
Commissioner Gangadin,
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai,
Aye.
Commissioner Green,
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky,
Abstain.
and Chairman Langston.
Aye.
Motion carries 4 in favor and 2 abstentions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council. It is 9 o'clock. Let's take a 5-minute break. And when we come back, we are going to hear 70 Mallory Avenue and 400 Claremont Ave, I believe concurrently. So if we could promote all of the professionals for that, and we'll be back at 9:06, please.
Noted, Tom. Hey, Tom, who else is on your team? Michael Higgins?
I've got Michael Higgins, I've got Daphne Galvin, and Ed Colling.
Oh, boy.
Hey, Tom.
Hey, Michael, how you doing?
Good.
All right, let's come to order again, everybody. And council, I believe, not Mr. McCann tonight, but Mr. McCann, last meeting, I think we want to call both of these applications together.
That's correct, Chairman, and I'm glad that you brought that up. These really are sister applications. They're essentially going to be projects that are linked to each other, both physically and I guess spiritually.
Okay.
So yes, I think that would make sense. And we did provide affidavits of notice. This was originally meant to be heard on February 21st. So I just want to confirm that this has been carried through to today's date.
Let me just call the cases and then we'll address. So I'm going to call case P22-221 is a preliminary and final major site plan with C variances for 70 Mallory Ave. And being that they are connected, I'm also going to call case P22-222 is a site plan amendment for 400 Claremont Avenue. And we do have to bring Vice Chair Dr. Gonzalez up 1 second.
Mr. Chair, yeah, I'd like to, just for the record, I will have to recuse myself from these two applications.
Okay, thanks, Doc. We'll see you in a bit. I'll let you know when we're getting close.
Okay, thanks, guys.
All right, thanks. Enjoy. All right, council, go ahead.
Before I do that, if the board's counsel could just confirm that he has my affidavits.
Thank you, counsel. I am in receipt of your affidavits of publication, proof of mailing. Both applications have provided affidavits and proof of mailing. So, Chairman, they all do appear to be in order. We're going to mark the first one as A1 and the second one as A2 so as to not confuse the record, although we will hear the applications concurrently.
Okay, thank you, counsel.
Thank you. Just as a way of history here, this board did approve an application for development of 400 Claremont Avenue, which is a grouping of consolidated lots. That building has been constructed. It contains 631 dwelling units and 279 parking spaces. It is in operation. It is a fully occupied and very successful building. The developers did acquire parcels just to the west of it, that the corner of Mallory Avenue and Claremont, with some frontage onto Yale Avenue. This board actually previously approved a development at this site from a different developer. My client is the subsequent developer and owner of that parcel. The proposal this evening is to construct and build out the corner parcel there with a building containing, just want to get the numbers right here, 189 dwelling units and an additional 125 parking spaces. The reason we're asking the board to hear both these applications at the same time is that there is a proposal to build walkways that will connect both the constructed development and the new development, where they will essentially share some services, including their amenity space. So really, while this is an amendment to a previous approval, it's also a new addition under a new application number, new case number, and developed by the same developers. What I think I'm going to do is ask that Daphne Galvin first appear. She is our engineer on this project. She did not prepare anything as it relates to the amendment to 400 Claremont because that work is completed. So I think she's just going to come up. She's going to present site location and utilities for the new proposed development. Then we'll move on to Michael Higgins, who will not only go through the plans for the new building, but also show the connections. Finally, we do have two variances. The variances largely relate to the fact that the buildings will be connected. There will be a side yard variance, and it's really not even because the buildings are going lot line to lot line. It's because of the encroachment of the walkways. Finally, there is a deviation related to the tree spacing within the redevelopment plan. It's not a forestry issue, and so Ed Colling will come up and, as I always say, land the plane for us and close us out. So with that, I would ask that Daphne be promoted and she can start going through her testimony.
And Mr. Lean, just so I don't interrupt the flow of anything being presented, obviously that wasn't submitted and is not up on the portal, we can mark it. We're up to A2 or A3. We've marked A1 and A2. So Just if you could direct the experts as they provide it to mark it, and we can keep moving. I suspect you may have a slideshow, so as always, that will mark in its totality, and that can be submitted after the hearing.
That's correct, and I will rely on my experts here to let me know if something has not previously been submitted or reviewed by the board.
All right, and I see Daphne, and so I'll swear you in, Daphne. And you are on mute, so do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And if you could, just state and spell your name, please.
Sure. Daphne Galvin, Galvin.
Thank you.
Ms. Galvin, good evening. We've qualified you numerous times. Your license is current tonight as an engineer?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You're qualified.
Okay. Tom, I'm going to share my screen. Okay, let me just get organized here. That's okay. All right. Can everybody see a screen that shows the aerial view?
We can, yes.
Okay, great. So this is a presentation board that was created actually by Mr. Higgins' office, and he'll be using it as a presentation later. I guess this becomes A3. Is that right, Tom?
That is correct. This will be A3, as I don't believe this was submitted for review by the board and is not available on the portal.
Correct. And it's identified as a site area map prepared by Marchetto, Higgins, and Stevie, and it's dated January 17th of 2023. I'm going to use it just to orientate everyone to where the site is. I'm going to zoom in a little bit, makes it a little easier. Okay, so in the center of the screen here, we have the parcel identified. It fronts on Claremont Avenue, which is along the edge here. Mallory Avenue is over here, runs almost up and down on the sheet, and then Yale runs across the top of the site. The orientation is generally that north is up on this plan. The site is known as block 21801, lots 2 and 3. It's located at the northeasterly corner of the intersection of Mallory Avenue and Claremont Avenue. It also extends up north to Yale Avenue with frontage along Yale. The street address of the site is 70 Mallory Avenue. It's an L-shaped parcel containing approximately 0.7 acres. And it's located within the Mid-Rise A district of the Route 440 Culver redevelopment plan area. Mallory Street allows for two-way traffic, so north and southbound traffic, and has parking on both sides. Claremont also allows for two-way traffic, but no parking is allowed. Yale has just eastbound traffic, and parking is permitted on both sides. The surrounding area is a mix of residential and commercial. The 3 acres project, which Mr. Lean mentioned before, is this large white building just to the east, immediately to the east of the project site. And just to the south of the site is the New Jersey Transit West Side Park and Ride facility. The site is currently developed with an industrial facility that fronts along Mallory and Claremont with a parking area. And there's also a residential dwelling, which is the small parcel lot 3 that fronts on Yale Avenue on the north side. The site is primarily impervious due to the buildings and paved areas, and generally slopes from north to south, so from Yale to Claremont. Access is currently provided to the industrial facility off of Mallory, and the residential building that fronts on Yale has a driveway and a garage that accesses Yale. And again, I mentioned immediately to the east is the 3 acres project. I'm going to switch the rendering now. This is our layout plan. This is prepared by my office, Partner Engineering. It's sheet number 4 of 12 of the site plans that were submitted in support of the application. It's dated December 2nd of 2022 and revised February 3rd of 2023. I'm going to zoom in a little bit to just make it easier to see. So the project is proposing removal of all of the existing improvements on the property and construction of a new 6-story residential building, including 189 residential dwelling units. Vehicular access that had previously been provided along Mallory has been eliminated, and there's now access along Claremont towards the east end of the property. This access provides, or this driveway provides access to the ground level parking garage. There's also access to a basement level parking garage through the 3-acre site, which Mr. Higgins will describe during his presentation. Parking for the project is required for the residential use at a minimum of 0.33 spaces per unit and a maximum of 0.66 spaces per unit. Retail area has no minimum requirement, but the maximum allowed is 1 space per 1,000 square feet. Based upon these standards, a minimum of 62 spaces is required for the project, and the maximum allowed would be 131 spaces. The project proposes 120 spaces, which complies with the requirements. In addition, we have bicycle parking proposed for the residential development as required by the redevelopment plan. The requirement is 0.5 spaces per residential units, which would require 95 spaces. The project proposes 96 spaces within the garage, so it complies. The proposed building covers a majority of the site, but the plan also proposes a dog run in this area right here out towards Mallory and a landscape and seating area adjacent to Mallory. Because these are not all impervious surfaces, we actually have a slight reduction in impervious for the project overall. Stormwater management will be addressed with a combination of an extensive green roof on the building and a detention tank in the garage, which will allow for the reduction of the peak flow of stormwater into the existing combined sewer on Claremont Avenue. There'll be new utility services for water, sewer, gas, electric, telecom, and the roof drains for stormwater. And all of that will be connected to existing or upgraded systems within Claremont Avenue. I have one more presentation board. This is the rendered site plan, also prepared by Marchetto, Higgins, and Stevie, dated February 17th, 2023. And I'm going to use this to highlight the fact that we've got new curb, sidewalk, street trees, and lighting proposed on all 3 roadways. So Yale up at the top, Mallory along the side, and Claremont on the bottom. The street trees that are proposed comply with the redevelopment plan, except for the tree spacing along Claremont Avenue near the proposed garage entrance in this area right here. This was noted in the city planning review. Because we had to add additional street lighting in this area to provide adequate lighting of the sidewalk, we were unable to squeeze in an additional tree in here and still meet all of the separation requirements from the street lights and the driveways. So we're deficient by 1 space in this area, and a deviation is requested. And then, Tom, I'll just mention the 3 review letters that we have. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Great. So the first letter we have is from the Jersey City Division of City Planning, dated March 7th of 2023. We concur with the comment regarding the tree spacing along Claremont Avenue and that we're deficient by 1 tree. And we agree to pay the $500 payment for the deficiency for the 1 tree. We also have a review letter from the Division of Engineering, Traffic and Transportation that was dated February 16th of 2023. And we've been working with that department to address their comments. And finally, we have a letter from JCMUA dated February 8th of 2023, and we've also been working with them to address their comments. And that's all I have.
And Ms. Galvin, I think it's fair to say that going forward, we will work with planning to address the full extent of the reports that we've received.
That's correct.
All right, great. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Council, go ahead.
That's okay. With that, I would thank Ms. Galvin and move on to Mr. Higgins.
Okay, I have no questions for Ms. Galvin. Anybody else? Okay,
No.
Ms. Galvin, we appreciate it.
All right, Michael, I'll swear you in if you could raise your right hand. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name, please?
Michael Higgins, Higgins.
Thank you.
Mr. Higgins, good evening. Your license is current tonight in the state of New Jersey?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're qualified.
Thank you. Okay, I'll share my screen. Let's see right here. Okay,
And Mr. Higgins, before you proceed, this is not a document we have shared with city planning and is not available on the portal, correct?
that's right. This is a 22-page deck that takes us through some of the plans that Daphne presented, 2 of the sheets, and then also the site plan documents.
All right, then I would ask that this be marked as A4.
Okay. I'll quickly go through some of these. This is a larger scale location plan with the site that Daphne just went through in detail, located here, and some of the other major primary, the Journal Square, Lincoln Park, the New Jersey Light Rail Terminus. Here is the slide that Daphne presented identifying where the Bayfront Route 440, again, this L-shaped site that has frontage both on Yale, Mallory, and Claremont. The 3 acres building that it connects to, which we were the architects of record for, and the West Side Avenue light rail stop at the end. This is a image of the Claremont facade of 400 Claremont, or 3 acres project as it's known. This area here is the main entry to the building, which will also be used to service this building. Although it has its own lobby, this will be the primary lobby that will be used by many of the residents as its closer orientation to the light rail stop. These are some of the existing site context photographs. This is the rendered site plan that Daphne also presented. What I'd like to show you here is along Claremont Ave, we have a ground floor parking garage. We have some of the service and utility rooms. We have the main lobby for this building with an elevator stairway. And then we have the corner retail, which is both the ground floor and the basement level, and it's a total of 5,898 square feet of retail space. Along Yale is a continuation of the residential units with the same scale, and we also continued the landscape buffer that was part of the 3 acres project. This is a rendered image of Yale Avenue. Looking at the building, the new proposed building, the large tall glassed area is the retail space that's on the corner of Mallory, and then the recessed covered entry into the lobby for 70 Mallory. This is the first page of the site plan set, the architectural site plan set. It has a few rendered images, has the aerial view of the 3 acres and 70 Mallory site. And I'll just go through some of the statistics about the project now, read them into the record. The building is 6 stories with a basement, 70 feet tall. It includes 189 residential dwelling units, 118 studio units, 61 one-bedroom units, and 10 two-bedroom units. As Daphne said, the parking count is 120 parking spaces, which is below the maximum permitted, but is very close. It provides ample parking. Out of those parking spaces, 31 of the spaces are compact spaces, which is 26% of the total, where 30% is permitted. So we comply with that. And she mentioned the bike parking. We have 96 spaces, which just exceeds the required. The total FAR for the project is 3.99, where 4.0 is the maximum permitted, and the total gross floor area is 133,266 square feet. The building has several sustainable design features which are required as part of the redevelopment plan. They include a sustainable rooftop, which is partially a green roof and partially a white cool roof. It has common shared vegetable garden planting beds, raised planting beds, has common rooftop amenities, has a car sharing spaces and electric car charging spaces. This is the basement plan of the building. And what you'll see here is that, well, let me go back 1 slide or 2 slides or 3 slides. This is the garage entrance to 400 Claremont, which we are using to access our basement parking level. The ground floor parking level is entered off Claremont in the similar area in a close proximity. Going back to the basement plan, we have some bike storage, we have the majority of parking spaces, and then we have the lower level, the retail, and some associated mechanical spaces to service the building. This is the connection between 3 acres and this 70 Mallory project at the basement level. This is the ground floor of 70 Mallory. Shows the garage entrance. Again, these are the electric vehicle charging stations, some electric utility rooms. The lobby is in this area. Daphne mentioned the dog run and the landscaped plaza as you enter the building. The retail is on the corner, and the residential units, I believe there are 9 residential units on the ground floor. And then on the upper 5 floors, there are 36 units on those floors 2 through 6. This is one of the connections. So in this area of the plan, you have 5-foot setback from 400 Claremont, or 3 acres, and you have 5-foot setback to 70 Mallory. But where we connect between the buildings, there's a stair and an elevator to connect so that the corridors are continuous. On this side, it's only on the Yale side, and on the upper floors, it's on both sides. So I'll go to the next plan. This is a view of the Claremont facade, the elevation. You'll see the materials of the facade are a mixture of 2 brick colors, a light gray brick, and then also a terracotta colored brick, and then a mixture of some textured metal. I have some additional renderings. We're picking up on similar material palette that was used for the 3 acres project, but we want this building to have its own unique, distinct character. This is the second floor plan that'll show the typical units where it was the 36 units on a floor. We'll have on this second floor, we have a green roof. We have the raised planting beds for vegetable gardens. We have some private terraces. We have a small active area of the roof deck. And then the connection here with stairs and an elevator, and the connection to the Claremont side of the building with stairs and a corridor. So this is how the corridors will align both buildings. I mean, you can walk continuous around both sides. They share means of egress, they share different amenity spaces, and they share the lobbies and all the other building features. This particular portion aligns, it's as private terraces and then a few terraces that will meet up with the 3 acres pool deck, so it will share that amenity as well. And I have some better imagery of that coming up. Here it is. This is the elevation of the interior courtyard of the new building. So this completes and sort of closes the pool deck, which was open to the inside of the block up till now. This facade is also a mixture of brick and metal panels, large glass openings, and then at the base we create with some steel, painted steel members, a sort of 2-story reed along here to give a certain monumentality to the feeling around the pool deck. This is a photograph of the existing pool deck, and we are adding on to the end with our building to sort of complete the courtyard. This is the typical floor 3 through 6, the same 36 units per floor. The inner units will look down at this courtyard. The other ones will look at the inside of the block and the green roof below. This again is where we're connecting, and these 2 areas are the part of this where the side yard encroachment happens. The building is still set back, so we have some relief from the length of the building, but we do need those areas to connect. And I'll show you some imagery of what those connections look like after we look at this roof plan. Again, this is the main roof for the building with the green roof areas hatched in this gray color, some of the mechanical units that service the apartments, and the common areas. These are the project elevations that show the assembly. These are the bridges that are set back from the facade. They're primarily glass and metal panels, and they're set back so they don't have a prominent part of the building. We meant them to look light and not to be the main part of to respect the side yard characteristic. Here's a view from the corner of Claremont and Mallory. This is the retail space. again, these are the two brick tones and then breaking down the mass of the building with some of these metal panels, stepping down the brick using different color bricks. And then at this line over is the 3 acres project. So you can see we've used a similar compatible palette, but it's going to have its own character and interest. There's also an awning along Mallory Street to provide some interest at the pedestrian level in a slightly covered area at the retail space. This is the view along Claremont looking west down towards Mallory. We have metal panels and a brick at the base. This is the garage entrance for 70 Mallory. We're using large windows with dark mullion frames and then a mixture of the, again, brick, metal panel, and 2 tones of brick. These are 2 of the elevations that also show some section showing how the basement garage works and the upper level garage, the ground floor level garage. Again, the same building material palette is covered from both sides of the building. It wraps the interior courts as well. This is the view from Yale Avenue, and this is the setback. So Yale's the fully residential facade. There's no commercial on that street. And we picked up on some of, again, the brick materials, the colors, and this is the full 5 and 5 foot recessed side yard setback, and the bridge is back there. So it's sort of not the primary part of the facade. All this, the landscaped front of the building continues. It's going to be consistent with the same fence and the same landscaping. And then the recessed area there also will have landscaping in it as well to provide some relief because it is a rather long building, 3 acres. And this building will step down to a 1-story reed as it steps to the neighbors on the corner. And you'll see that in this next image. Here's a rendered image that shows 70 Mallory, this L-shaped building here, steps down to a 1-story reed along Yale, and then that's the backyard of these existing buildings that are not in the redevelopment plan. Our entrance again is over here off Mallory, and that's how the entire composition will look. Well, 3 acres to the top of the sheet, and then 70 Mallory L-shaping through the block. Then that's the last part for the 70 Mallory. I'd like to now just go quickly through the, let me just see if I can get this here, 400 Claremont application. So this is a smaller application. The primary issue here was that we had to demonstrate compliance, that we didn't exceed the 4.0 FAR. This building was at 3.9 FAR. We are still at 3.99 FAR. The bridges are shown here. So half of this bridge belongs to the 3 acres property, the 400 Claremont, and half belongs to 70 Mallory, and same on this. This half belongs to the 3 acres. This half belongs to 70 Mallory. The bridge square footage with those stairs and elevators is a total of 736 additional square feet. When we add that up to the original approved square footage of 477,240, we come up with 477,976 total square feet, which is still slightly under the maximum allowable 4.0 FAR, which would have been 477,984 square feet. The small red clouds identify where those bridges occur. This is the 3 acres building, and this is the 70 Mallory building. These partial plans show the existing seller plan and the proposed seller plan, how it connects so that you drive down the existing 3 acres driveway, and you just make a left and you park into the basement of 70 Mallory. No parking was lost in the 3 acres project. No bike parking was lost. We were able to relocate them within the existing building. Some of these diagrams show where the openings are being cut in the 3 acres exterior wall to connect these hallways. And these plans are basically just giving a summary of where the square footage is to demonstrate compliance with the 4.0 FAR. These are elevation blow ups. Again, half 5 feet belongs to 70 Mallory, 5 feet belongs to 400 Claremont. And that concludes my testimony on the project.
All right, thank you, Mr. Higgins. I do have one question. Thank you for the detailed presentation, but this is the only one I come up with. The divisions of those connector corridors to meet your FAR, do those divisions fall on the lot line themselves?
They do. They
Okay.
do. Yep.
Great. That's it for me. Anybody else?
No.
All right, thank you, Mr. Higgins.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. We do have Ed Colling, who I would ask just to be very brief in its testimony regarding the variances, as I think Mr. Higgins' presentation really explained why they were necessary in the first place. So.
Hi, Ed, I'll swear you in. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. And I will affirmatively state that my license is current and my dues and everything is paid up to date.
Thank you, Mr. Colling. I should add dues into the mix on qualifications. That's a great point. So thank you. You're qualified.
Thank you. And I will be brief because I think this is a relatively simple pair of deviations. I just would mention again that this 70 Mallory is essentially a second phase of the 400 Claremont project, although it's on a different lot, and then that's why it triggers the deviation for the setback. So the setback is going to be addressed really for both properties because we do meet at the property line. Therefore, we have a 0 lot line just for those portions. Other than that, there is the 5-foot separation on each lot, so 10 feet altogether. So I think we meet the intent of that requirement. And I would point out that there's no detriment to the redevelopment plan requirement because of that, and really no detriment to the public good or general welfare because the only properties impacted are the 2 properties that are part of this application. Every other setback is met for all the street frontages or any other adjoining property that we meet, we do comply. So there's no possible impact on any of the surrounding properties. As Daphne pointed out as well with the deviation for the street trees, we are conforming on Yale, we're conforming on Mallory, we're just non-conforming on Claremont and only for that one tree. So the deviation is more just for the spacing pursuant to redevelopment plan, because we meet the forestry standards in terms of numbers of trees, except for that one tree. And there is the option within the forestry standards to make the $500 contribution, which we will. So that's not really a deviation at all because we're taking the option of doing it pursuant to the ordinance by making a donation. You can grant this application variances or deviations pursuant to, I think, the C2 criteria, because this project does meet the goals and objectives of the redevelopment plan, one of which was to recognize the significant opportunities for residential and commercial development afforded by the area's proximity to the light rail station. And you really can't get much closer to the light rail station. We're essentially across the street. This is a mixed-use project, commercial and residential. And another one of the goals and objectives of the redevelopment plan is to provide for the orderly phased conversion of vacant land and antiquated industrial uses in buildings to redevelop it for modern integrated mixed-use development. And that's exactly what this is doing. As Daphne pointed out, there's an industrial building existing that will be taken down and then redeveloped for this mixed-use building. And that's the same thing that happened at 400 Claremont too. So, clearly the benefits of meeting the intent and purpose of the redevelopment plan, meeting the goals and objectives of the redevelopment plan and the purposes of the municipal land use law substantially outweigh any detriment, because there really is no detriment. The only impacts are internal in this proposal. So I think we have met the C2 criteria for the granting of the deviations.
Thank you, Ed. That is the extent of our presentation. The project largely complies with the requirements of the redevelopment plan. Had my client owned the properties at 70 Mallory, when we got approval for 400 Claremont, it's possible this would have been treated as a phase development. Then it's just really coming back to ask for a phase 2 now before the board. So that's the end of our presentation.
All right, thank you, council. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Colling while we have him? Okay, thank you, everybody, and thank you, council. At this time, let's open it up for public comment. If anybody's here from the public that wants to comment on this application, please raise your hand. And once again, if you're calling in, you can press *9 to raise that hand.
Chair, see no more public. I would like to close the public portion.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. Liz, do you have any thing you want to add?
Just I'd like Mr. Lean to confirm receipt of staff report and agreement with the conditions written in there.
I have received and reviewed, and we agree to the conditions within.
Okay, great. Thank you. So the justification for the variances described is supported by staff. We think that these variances are acceptable and support them. With that, staff would recommend approval.
Okay, thanks, Liz.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P22-221 as presented to the board this evening for approval together with staff recommendation and conditions.
A second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval.
Okay, great. Commissioner Gangadin.
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky.
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai.
Aye.
Commissioner Green.
Aye.
And Chairman Langston.
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Collins' testimony. I don't think the variances, I think I would call them de minimis. They make perfect sense. And as council said, you know, this could have been a phased project if the applicant owned both properties at the time. So I don't think there's any detriment to the master plan. So I'm going to vote aye.
Great. Motion carries, all in favor with conditions.
Okay, thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
If we could, let's bring
Chairman, I don't know, was that a vote for both applications, or do we need a separate vote? I apologize. I know.
apologize. Yeah, I dropped the ball on that.
Separate vote we just did.
Yeah, we should separate those votes.
Well, Chairman, I believe there was just a motion on
We
the one.
voted on case P22-221. Our next vote.
Right. So now you just got to call the motion for
Yes.
the second
Chair, I'd like to make a
case
motion.
number.
I'd like to make a motion to approve case P22-222 as presented to the board this evening with staff recommendation and conditions.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for the site plan amendment for Claremont.
Okay, Commissioner Gangadin.
Aye.
Commissioner Lipsky.
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai.
Aye.
Commissioner Green.
Aye.
And Chairman Langston.
Aye.
Motion carries, all in favor with conditions.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Sorry
Thank
about the
you.
mix-up, council.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. And while you have me, I think I can safely say that two of my matters that are on the agenda this evening, I would agree to carry. Those are items 21 and 22, P22-115 and P22-196. I would agree to carry.
We appreciate it, council. And while we have you, we also have you up for item 18, P22-168.
Chuck Harrington is actually going to handle that. I don't know if he has spoken with our client about carrying it, so I think I'll let him address that issue when it gets to the end of the evening.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I really appreciate everybody's time. Have a good evening.
All right. Thanks, council. Have a good night. All right. Can we bring Chair Gonzalez back up? There he is. I can see your whole face, Doc.
Hey, Rick, hey, I'm trying.
Benjamin Wine, we have you up on the screen. Do you have any news for us? What do you got?
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. It is just about 9:45 and I can see the writing on the wall. I have case number 20. It is a small one, but it does not look like we're going to get there. So I'm here to request on behalf of the application, and that's P23-008, Gregory and Nilvia Bergonio, 107 Magnolia Avenue. If it's pleases the board, if we could be carried to May 9th with preservation of notice, that would be great.
Okay, you got it. So we're gonna carry case P23-008 minor site plan with C variances for 107 Magnolia to a date certain, May 9th with preservation of notice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate that.
All right, thank you, council. Enjoy your night.
You too. Take care.
All right, so we are up to item 16. Let's call case P21-023 is a preliminary and final major site plan with C variances for 236 to 238 Academy Street.
Good. Sorry, but Mr. Harrington, I believe, would like to also make an announcement.
Okay.
That's right. And imagine what my announcement is.
I'm sitting on the edge of my seat, council.
So as Tom indicated, yeah, I have number 18 and I was holding out hope, but the clock is ticking and I don't have any timeouts. So I'm going to ask that be carried to the May 9th hearing. That's a P22-168 with preservation of notices.
Okay, thank you, council. We appreciate it. So we're going to carry case P22-168. It's a preliminary and final major site plan with C variances for 157 Newark Ave and 324 Barrow Street to a date certain, May 9th with preservation of notice.
Thank you.
Thank you, council. Have a good night.
Good night.
Okay. All right. Stephen Joseph for the applicant. This was originally listed, I believe, March 7th. So I just want to confirm notices. And while we're waiting for notices, we do have several professionals. Ever Patel, let's see, Carolyn, we should have Jess Vinder out there and Lee Klein as well.
Chairman, I haven't received the affidavit of publication, proof of mailing for 236-238 Academy Street here in the city. It was originally noticed for the March 7th meeting and carried through tonight with preservation of that notice. All does appear to be in order. We can mark it as A1 for the record.
All right, thank you, council.
Wonderful, thank you. All right, so 236 and 238 Academy Street. This is located mid-block on Academy Street in Zone 4 of the Journal Square redevelopment plan. This item was actually originally listed on the agenda of the June 8th, 2021 agenda. But leading up to that hearing, we discovered there was a historic preservation issue with the building located at 238 Academy Street. Since that time, the team has worked with the historic officer, redesigned the project, and we believe we have satisfied all historic preservation requirements. I believe there was a memo issued today to that effect. We're here tonight for a 5-story multifamily building with 21 dwelling units. We're requesting preliminary and final major site plan approval with 2 C variances for landscaping and rear yard setback. We do have 4 professionals. I know it is late, so we are going to go through our architectural testimony, which I believe will cover most of the issues. We're going to go into planning, and if the board does want to hear from traffic and civil, we can go into that. Cameron, I see Ava Patel on the attendees. I think he's the first one listed. We could get him promoted. He's from Mukti's office. I suppose that's the other thing I should mention is this was one of Mukti's applications. There is a new architect in her office that has taken over her files, working under her company name. The DCA has been notified of that transition, and final signature sets of plans will have this architect's signature on it rather than these. Are we able to promote him, Cam?
I'm giving them permission, but nothing from their end. Yeah, they have to accept.
Yeah, he's texting me that he's there and he's not seeing anything. He's raising his hand now too.
Oh, that. Okay, is that everyone?
I see Lee, I see Carolyn, and I don't see Justvinder out there, but we can move ahead with our architectural testimony. So let's get sworn in and walk through the plans.
How you doing, Alvaro? I swear you in if you can raise your right hand. You swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And for the record, can you state and spell your name, please?
Avart Patel, Aavart, last name Patel, Patel.
Thank you.
Mr. Patel, good evening. I don't believe we've ever qualified you, have we?
I don't think so.
Okay, if you could just give us your background, education-wise, and your
Sure.
license in the state of New Jersey, please.
I have a bachelor's and master's in architecture, master from University of Buffalo, graduated in 2004. And I've been associated with various architecture firms, and I got my license in 2017. Has been practicing ever since. I'm licensed in New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and then a bunch of other states along the East Coast.
And you've appeared in front of other boards as recently as tonight, I believe you appeared in front of another board, correct?
Yes, yes, I have.
And Mr. Patel, New Jersey is the greatest state on the Eastern Seaboard, so your license is current in New Jersey?
Yes, it is. And,
Okay,
and
thank you, sir. You're qualified.
Thank you.
Wonderful. If you could share this screen and walk us through the architectural plans.
Sure. Can everyone see my screen?
We can, yes.
Okay, perfect. All right, so as Stephen mentioned, this is a 5-story, 21 residential, multifamily residential building. The site is located on Academy Street between Tours and Summit Avenue. The site is about 5,600 square feet. Minimum lot width is, I think the existing is about 45 feet, 120 to 123 feet deep. I guess let's move on to the floor plans. As you can see, the site consists of 2 lots, and we are combining the lots and proposing development on 1 lot. All right, so here's the cellar plan. All the utilities are located in the cellar. As you can see, 2 staircases, elevator, sprinkler, electrical, and gas meter room along the Academy Street. Recycling area in the middle of the building, and then towards the back we have 20 bike racks. And then the rest of the building in the back is unexcavated slab on grade. Okay, the first floor consists of 5 units in total, actually 4 units in total. The unit mix is, units varies from about 300 and close to 400 square feet to about 650, 700 on the larger side. And the units are mainly one-bedroom units and one bedroom and a studio type units. On the front of the building, there's a lobby. You come in, the elevator is opening at the lobby. And then the corridor basically links all the units. There's one bedroom unit in the front. Of course, two staircases leading to the outside. So there are some ramps providing connection between different elevations. And then towards the back, we have a studio unit in the middle with a private terrace on the back. And then the two side units have also, they are one bedroom units also with a private terrace. And they are recessed in for privacy as well as the open area requirements. Second floor has again 4 units, one bedroom units. Three units with a gym in the corner. And the 2 units on the back has large terraces for their private use. Going to the third floor, the building kind of sets back, and it's the 4 one-bedroom units, and it carries over to the 4th floor as well. There's a small Juliet balcony on the front proposed. Again, it's a Juliet balcony. People won't be able to come out and use it as a regular balcony. There are 2 balconies on the back, which are regular balconies, and they'll be able to step out to the balconies, but that overlooks the terrace below. Again, similar layout on the 4th floor as well. At the roof, we have a small lobby, a rooftop area of about 1,300 square feet towards the front of the building. Some amenities, a grill with a counter and little cover over the top, like a pergola. And then on the back of the building, or back of the roof, sorry, we have the mechanical units for the building below. Of course, two staircases, given the occupant load of the occupied roof. This is the upper roof area. And let's go to the elevations. Okay, so the elevations consist of mainly brick and masonry type materials with elements of vertical wood fins mixed in, just to create some privacy, some screening along the Juliet balconies, and also create an interest to the building facade. The entrance, as you can see, it's there's the portal around, where the building signage will go, and some recessed lighting to illuminate the portal and the entry area. There is an accent light proposed, especially at the Juliet balconies, just to accentuate the facade. Again, the building, the lighting would be, with a forward throw cut off and night sky compliant lighting. And as you can see, this the small portion of this left side little building corner, that's the existing facade of the existing building, and we are maintaining it since it was deemed historic. Moving on to the other side elevations, as you can see, this is the back elevations, fairly straightforward. these are the balconies, and first floor, second floor has the private terrace, balconies above, and the windows overlooking from the bedroom and the living spaces. Side elevations would be patterned stucco finish, and this is the adjacent building, so nothing special. Just there are no openings proposed. It's just a patterned stucco. This is the other side elevation with the existing facade and the structure. Some of the cross sections to the facade. Go back to the materials. The windows being proposed are of course, the entry doors are going to be storefront type system. Black aluminum tubes with the insulated glass, and the window system is going to be combination of single hung windows, single or double hung windows, and some casement type of windows towards the front, as well as some fixed glass elements, as you can see on the front elevation. I guess that includes.
So I do actually have a couple of questions. So the stucco on the side, we're doing a smooth finish for that, correct?
Yes.
Great. And if you could just go back to the roof plan quickly.
Sure.
Okay, so we do have condensers up on the roof, right? So we're not proposing any PTACs?
No, yeah,
There's
split
split systems, right?
Yeah, it would be a mini split or a split system.
And we are approximately 162 square feet short on the front yard landscaping. How much green roof area are we proposing?
The green roof is about 9